Emma texts, how on earth did you get in the studio today with all the crowds outside? Says Emma in Fulham. By using my guile, Emma, and walking through the door. Then be feared. Tommy Barnett says, Glasgow had a great sunny day. Look at London today. I know. Yeah, they brought it with them. People say that, don't they? Oh, you brought the weather with you. Idiotic thing to say. Of course they blooming well didn't. Unless they are actually seeding clouds. You know, like Kate Bush.
Rock and roll!
It's in the trees. Trev in Wood Green says, don't disrespect our heroic honourable leader. We must bodge back bolder. Yeah, that's not even his phrase, by the way. Build back better. I think it's either Australian or it was from Nazi Germany. I can't remember. It's one of the two, definitely. South Norwood. Hello, Philip.
Oh, good evening.
Yes, Philip.
Just a very quick call. Something strange happened to me today.
Odd?
I went shopping, and on the way back from shopping, as I approached my block of flats, 3 police officers came out.
Minding your own affairs, you were. Yes.
Oh, wait, it gets interesting. And I said to them,
I'll be the judge of that.
I said to them, have I missed something exciting? So he said, do you live here? And I said, yes. So he asked me which flat I lived in. And to cut a long story short, Nick, what someone had done, they'd given my address as the place that they were in quarantine.
Right.
So, yes. So anyway, as I say, I had a chat with the police and they were convinced it wasn't me. I mean, they had a name, a first name, which in no way was, I haven't got a middle name.
Right, so they were convinced that you weren't you. Is that what you just said?
They convinced that I wasn't the person who claimed to live at my address.
Right.
I was in quarantine.
Right, so they would wonder why have you got your keys then?
Yeah, the thing was that puzzled me, Nick. Why didn't they? Must have checked before they came on the electoral register that the person that they come to see actually, was at that location.
Well, that would be the smart thing to do, but I think that this country has left smart in its rearview mirror.
It was just to say, I could see the funny side of it.
You could?
I was in a good mood,
Right, well, I'd be contacting my solicitor straight away if I were you. It sounds like abuse.
Anyway, that was all I just wanted to keep you up to date.
Okay, well, as soon as any developments occur, I want you to let me know straight away. Promise me you'll do that.
I will do straight away.
Excellent work. Cindy says, I know enough about footy to get by, but if the match tonight was 0-0, why didn't it go to penalties? It seemed like I didn't watch it because I'm busy doing this excellent show. I'm doing homework. I actually do work to do this show. Can you believe that?
No.
So I didn't actually watch it, but 0-0 in the rain seems like a bit of a damp squib to me. I mean, so much build-up. 25 years. 25 years, and that Gaza goal, still my favourite goal in the history of football. But not necessarily because of it had absolutely nothing to do with who England were playing. And I say we, but I'm half Scottish, half Welsh, and 100% English. So you can't out-Brit me. Don't even try. But it had nothing to do with the opposition. It's just that it was such a perfect goal. I mean, and then the celebration afterwards, because for those of you with a long memory will remember they had a thing called the dentist's chair in some bar they were in, where you had to position yourself in a chair with your head back, and they'd pour spirits directly down your throat. And the England team were getting abuse for having, enjoyed a little refreshment.
Booze.
Exactly. And so that was that celebration where he throws himself on the ground and with his mouth open. That's what that was. So best goal, best celebration ever, ever, ever. And tonight, 0-0 in the rain. Oh, well, it won't stop the Tartan army disassembling London later. Oh, well, never mind. So Dominic Cummings interjected this week. The former number 10 chief leaked an explosive series of WhatsApp messages earlier this week in which the Prime Minister appeared to brand... I mean, it's not like it's news to us. Every time we see him, well, at least I do. Every time I see him, I have the very same thought. I'm completely with you, Prime Minister. I agree in every way. The former Number 10 chief leaked an explosive series of WhatsApp messages earlier this week in which the Prime Minister himself appeared to brand Matt Hancock, who is our actual health secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
He branded him as totally bleeping hopeless. In one message sent by Johnson to Cummings last April, the Prime Minister, and that'll never seem right. The clowns have taken over the asylum. He's our Prime Minister. God. Anyway, he said, the Prime Minister refers to the failure to procure enough PPE as a disaster, saying, I can't think of anything but taking Hancock off and putting Gove on. Well, if Gove is the answer, what can the question possibly be? Actually, that should be like a Twitter question. Except I know it'll get rude really quickly. In March 2020, the WhatsApp messages show Dominic Cummings highlighting America's success at rolling out mass testing from 2,200 to 100,000 a day in 2 weeks. And that is because Donald Trump is a winner.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's a whiner. And it had nothing to do with him because he was out in his ear at the time. A loser. In March 2020, the WhatsApp messages showed Dominic Cummings highlighting America's success at rolling out mass testing from 2,200 to 100,000 a day in 2 weeks. That's because Uncle Joe is in charge. Finally, some sanity in the world. Shame it's 3,000 miles away. He says that the UK is stuck on 5,000 to 7,000 tests a day, with Matt Hancock sceptical about getting to 10,000 by the following week. Johnson replies, totally bleeping hopeless. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's the only thing I think I've ever agreed with the Prime Minister on. And then, speaking in West Yorkshire today, Johnson says, he said, did all that whole thing. Make sure his hair was ruffled, just so. He says, I have complete confidence in Matt, and indeed all of the government who have been dealing with COVID-19 during the pandemic. Well, that's just you then. Wow, complete confidence. They must wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? Let's see how far they can be pushed before they'll raise a finger of complaint. There doesn't seem to be any amount of abuse that we will not put up with which we will not put up with. New headline coming in. Is this today? 12 hours ago. NHS chief's awkward silence when asked if Matt Hancock is, quotes, hopeless. Sir Simon Stevens says, he says, I mean, that is a political question. No, it's not. NHS chief's awkward silence when asked if Matt Hancock is hopeless. I mean, can you imagine the echoing? It must be like falling into a well, the silence that would follow that question. It seemed like hours go by. Go on, Sir Simon. Tell us what you think. Charles J.A. tweets, Scotland beside themselves with joy at a 0-0 draw. Interesting. Well, I think they get a point. Of course, these days 1 point don't mean prizes. I'm afraid it's not looking good. Archie texts, we've had rain in Glasgow for the past 60 years. We don't need sunny times. Well, you ain't got nothing to wear in the sun, have you? Adrian says, did you see the comedy meeting of Bozza and the Austrian PM Scott Morrison? The Australia, one of the two. They spent a lot of time name-checking each other. I counted 27 times and then got bored. No, I did not see that. It sounds like a love-in. They're celebrating that huge and tremendous trade deal, which is going to make such a difference to our lives. Yes?
No.
No. Already? God, he's keen. And every day. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Hiya, mate. You okay?
Yes, fine, thanks.
Yeah, right. Listen, you
What's
know
wrong
this
now?
thing. I mean, nothing's wrong. You know, you and I have talked about Cummings and goings in Downing Street, yeah?
No.
We have in the past, okay. What, you know, everything that Cummings has released in the past, what damage, in your opinion, has that done to,
to Bodger and his comedy cavalcade of clowns? None whatsoever, because his fans have made a decision and they're going to stick with it. If Boris Johnson showed up at one of the cult members' houses and started strangling them on their own doorstep, they'd still think that he was doing his best and had their best interest at heart.
Yeah, that's probably because they feel ashamed to admit that they're wrong.
It's a cult.
That line?
It's a cult.
It's a cult, yeah.
There is that problem with losing face if you admit that anything that the dear leader does is wrong in any way. So they're digging their heels in. They're all in. It's like a game of poker. I've never played a proper game of poker, but I've seen it on the films. I'm all in. All my chips are pushed into the middle of the table. I'm betting my everything on the bodge, is what these people think.
Okay. The thing is, you know, Alistair Campbell was a good spin doctor for Tony Blair.
Was he?
Now,
okay. Well, what do you mean? Well, define good.
He got him elected 3 times.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah.
That's good enough, isn't it? Yeah.
That's pretty good going, yeah. Pretty good going.
Yeah, okay. Pretty good going, yeah. But the thing is, now, you know, everybody knows about spin, and I think that Dominic Cummings is actually still working. I'm just going to sound ludicrous. Yeah,
no, it's not ludicrous. You're not the first person to have this thought. You think he's still on the inside. Actually, this is part of the plan.
Yes, that's what I think. Because all of this is taking the scent off what Boris Johnson has messed up. I mean, you used the wrong word then.
They're starting to appoint the fall guys. I mean, every single one of them deserves to fall. But some particular individuals are being set up. We, the public, are being buttered up to accept the defenestration of certain individuals. And laughing Matt Hancock, is right there at the top of the list.
He reminds me of Watership Down. He's the rabbit, isn't he? You know what I mean? So
he's always laughing. Every single question that ever is posed to him, and it doesn't matter how many dead people are in the question, he just treats everything like it's funny.
He's been told, if you start crying, son, you're going to get the sack straight away. At least try to put up a fight, yeah?
Yeah, well, we've seen him cry on screen, and I waggle my fingers in the air to denote inverted commas around the word cry. We've seen him cry on screen. I wasn't convinced.
No, I'm not convinced at all about all of these people. But the one thing that Boris Johnson is doing is keeping away from the establishment. He isn't attacking the establishment.
What do you mean? Who's the establishment?
Well, the establishment is the people at the top that got him in, because he's still looking after them, you know, the hedge fund masters, you know, the people with the money, right? He ain't screwing around with them. He's just messing about with everybody else.
Yeah, well, at least a socialist didn't get in, and then they'd be in hock to the unions, who are whose money comes from millions of people. They're acting in the best interest of millions of people, as opposed to the Conservative Party, which, if money means anything to them, are acting in the best interest of a handful of billionaires.
Yeah, and the majority of those billionaires are in India, and you're going to find this over the next 18 to 12 months.
I don't know about majority. I'm sure a couple of them are. Yeah, America, the US, India, all points to north, south, east, and west. I'm sure some of them are so rich their feet never actually touches land for tax reasons.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that he's had to cave in, and the Americans, of changing the tax system.
Right. Okay. I would not hold my breath for any money to come from that. Companies don't pay the advertised tax rate, regardless of how low it is.
Yeah, but that is the establishment. So as soon as he attacks them, they're going to cut his pipeline of money.
It's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
It's not going to happen. I agree with you. It's not going to happen. So he's just messing about, right, making fools out of us. And because he dumbed all the population, right, with lack of education, they don't even understand, right? You know, like when Donny goes, I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated.
Yes.
This is what Boris Johnson is doing now.
Right.
Yeah. And
he's loving the poorly educated. Everybody that knew what they were voting for when they voted for Brexit, and they voted for him, and they subsequently lost their jobs and their businesses, but they certainly knew what they were voting for.
Yeah, you asked that for the fishermen, and you soon asked about the farmers coming up here.
All the bankers that have left the country, taking all of their hot money with them.
The National Health Service, the biggest person. I would have thought that, you know, that day when he came out of his front door, he says, I've had the COVID. I really genuinely, right, was suckered. And I felt sorry for him. And I thought, you know what? I pray for this guy, man. I hope he gets well.
Right.
And you know what?
Well, that's just a nice, considerate thing to say. You don't have to pick political sides where somebody's health is concerned.
Yeah, but then I would have thought he would have shown more respect to those people. And the nurse that actually looked after him, she's quick.
Yeah. Well, you know, that might be asking a bit much. I mean, if that nurse had only worked for Serco, then, you know. I gotta go. Branchit, I gotta go. But that's plenty for one day. Thanks a lot, mate. David emails. I don't know why kicking a band. Shall I try it again?
No.
I don't know why kicking a bag of wind around in the hope that it goes between two posts is supposed to be something fantastic. Why don't they just do a few penalty shootouts right at the start, and instead of it taking over the whole evening on TV, we could have had a nice Doris Day or Judy Garland film instead? I assume you're being sarcastic. Rick Roy tweets, now when I see or hear Matt Hancock, the Hancock half-hour theme goes through my mind. Yeah, well, it will mine too now. Thanks a lot. Greenford, hello, Paul.
Hello, yeah, just, I was going to ask you what movies you want to recommend me, but I'm back at the cinema, but yeah, I'm
You're back at the cinema? Back at the cinema?
Warning!
Is that wise?
It's good stuff.
Is it? What's on?
I watched, Nobody at Camden Odeon. It was good.
You watched who?
Nobody. The film's called Nobody.
Right.
You know, shoot 'em up. Quite entertaining. It's got a Russian element as well.
Oh, right. No, I wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in at the British Library, but the trying to get a new email address is almost nigh impossible. You had to rotate pictures, and the fly one was too complicated. Yeah.
Well, you're making a lot of sense.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm just wondering, what newspaper should I read? What party should I vote for? It's hard.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll pop your letter in the post, Paul. Watch for it at your door. Simon in Windsor says, reference the Gaza celebration. The bar in question in Hong Kong was called China Jump. My mate was living out there, and I visited about 3 months after, and he took me to the same bar to do the dentist's chair. It consisted of me lying back with my mouth open while the barman poured bottles of, in my case, tequila, vodka and gin at the same time into my open mouth for about 10 seconds. I don't remember much of the rest of the evening. Right, so tequila, vodka and gin. All you need to do is add white rum, lemon juice, and top it up with cola, and you got yourself a Long Island iced tea.
Booze.
I would serve it in a glass, though, rather than just pour it straight in your mouth. That's my best advice to you. Jim emails, I love that ad for the movie The Father. Anthony Hopkins' diction is immaculate. I'm unfamiliar with it, but okay then. Matt says Scotland played better and would have deserved to win today, as the Lib Dems deserved their win in Amersham and Chesham. Yeah, all right, well, I'll talk about that in a while. Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, are you well?
I am well. It sounds like you're speaking from a well.
No, halfway in the kitchen, halfway not.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at what Cummings' revelations this week. He said that Boris wants to win the next election and then resign so he can make some serious money.
Yeah.
Which is really frightening, because we all know that the only thing that Boris is interested in is himself.
Yes.
So if that's the plan, anything he from now onwards, these are the consequences to. He can promise anybody anything. He can spend vast amounts of money doing anything, because he knows there won't be a consequence.
He won't be around when the chickens come home to roost.
I mean, he's already put the COVID inquiry into such a position that it won't report before the next election. Which means
and I'll tell you what the inquiry will say. Shall I?
Lessons
must be learned. It'll cost £50 million, take 5 years, and conclude that lessons must be learned.
But the thing is, will he take Hancock along with him for that length of time? I mean...
yeah, is that right?
If you've got Rishi Sunak, who appears to be the only sort of honest one...
Please, do me a favour. That guy's reputation is way out of control. Fishy Sunak.
Yeah, but all the rest of them, I mean, look, Gavin Williamson, I mean, we're now looking at the A-level results and everything.
Matt Hancock is in charge of our health, and Gavin Williamson is in charge of our education. We're doomed.
And Pretty wants to hang everybody and shoot inflatables. To them are
I tell you what, Mike, you need to go either into your kitchen or into your hallway, because halfway between the both is not improving your reception any.
I've moved into the living room now.
Right. Yeah, it's a little less echoey in the living room. There, you see, soft furnishings. That's what you want around you. I know a woman who is the current wife of the Prime Minister, who's an expert in soft furnishings. I'll give her your number.
All right, cheers, Nick. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. You won't have to pay for it. Somebody else will pick up the bill. Don't worry about a thing. Shane texts, Nike. Is that me? Nike. Nike. Nike, are we still paying Mr. Cummings' wages? What's his role these days? Right. I don't know. I would not be remotely surprised if he was still part of the team. Would you? I mean, everything else that's going on, nothing about this regime surprises me anymore. I mean, if I told you a couple of years ago that they would ban protests against the regime, you'd have thought I was talking about Russia or China or Luxembourg, somewhere like that, you know. But no, it's here. I am stunned. Meanwhile, Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Commons leader, has hailed the Health Secretary Matt Hancock as a successful genius. Who does that remind you of?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
That's right. Jacob Smug, that brittle-mannered Victorian cocktail stick, tried to push back on that whole Matt Hancock is absolutely bleeping useless by getting all highfalutin and doing his particular line in effortful superciliousness, and declared to the House as though he was imparting some well-known, indisputable fact that the Minister of Health is a stable genius. After he led us through every cock-up imaginable while blaming everyone around him for his own evident failings. He's a genius at that, all right. And even someone as bleeping hopeless as the Prime Minister branded him bleeping hopeless. And no one knows more about being bleeping hopeless than Bodger Johnson. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
And we have Bodger's ex-aide, Dominic Cummings, to thank for releasing messages that the Bodge had written about the Health Secretary. If he is indeed his ex-aide, and this isn't all just a plan. Are we being duped, I wonder? It's all a bit too neat, isn't it? Who to blame for the catastrophic clown show that we've been suffering under for the past, God, it seems like forever, doesn't it? Seems like forever. Well, it couldn't possibly be the dear leader's fault, so it must be one of the clowns around him. Select. I think you've been selected, Matt. Every time I see that man on TV, he's either laughing or he's got this look behind his eyes of absolute terror. It's a combination of terror and vacancy. Rees-Mogg wasn't finished with calling hapless Hancock a genius. He said Hancock's work had made the world safer. Well, that's nice because he's done absolutely nothing to promote our safety here in Britain.
Correct.
I mean, it might have been nice to make us safer, but I suppose we didn't stump up enough money to his wife's friend's dog walker. Sir Keir Starmer, out of the Labour... You remember the Labour Party, don't you?
No.
There used to be a thing a while ago. Sir Keir Starmer, out of the Labour Party, said, I agree with Jacob Rees-Mogg.
What?
No, he didn't say that. But would you be remotely surprised at this point if he did?
No.
No. On Wednesday, Dominic Cummings, who was forced out, so we're led to believe... I'm starting to find it less believable by the day. Please take that picture of Matt Hancock doing a press-up off my screen. Right now, I mean it. And I don't want one of him doing arm exercises either. Just get rid of him. Thank you. God, talk about distracting. He looks like he should be... It looks like he should be on TV with his hand up sooty. On Wednesday, Cummings, who apparently was forced out of Downing Street after an internal power struggle, released a series of WhatsApp exchanges between himself and Bodger Johnson, dated back to early last year. In one of them, Johnson purportedly called Matt Hancock totally bleeping useless. And that bleeping, by the way, was a very bad word beginning with F.
Disgusting.
In another, Bodger appeared to say that his procurement of personal protective equipment had been a, quotes, disaster. Like that's news. Well, it was news then. It's not news now. We know now. We did not know then. Well, I think people actually suspected. People mostly suspected when surgeons and nurses and doctors were showing up in bin liners because they couldn't get any PPE. Because we'd bought it from a jeweller who had a desk and a phone to call their own, and whose business had started last Wednesday with £5 that they borrowed off their mum, and suddenly we're handing them a cheque for £108 million to get a product, a highly technical medical product that they had no experience of. Oh yeah, things are going great. What's amazing is that their fans, the fans of the regime, don't care about any of this, and about none of it. In fact, they'll defend all of it, because, like I said, they're all in. It's a cult now. Just as they had in America with, you know who. With the Tangerine Scream.
Oh, shut up!
He still has cult fans. We got them here. Britain Trump. Which never... I mean, it's just wrong. British Trump, not Britain Trump. You're not Britain Trump, are you, Bodge? Bodger appeared to say in one of these WhatsApp messages that procurement of personal protective equipment had been a disaster and that he wanted to hand some of Hancock's duties to Cabinet Office Minister Michael Gove. Michael Gove! No! Yes. And then the PM had the nerve to tell us that he has full confidence in his health secretary. This is industrial level gaslighting. Well, if the Bodger Johnson has full confidence in a man that he thought was bleeping hopeless and a disaster, then this country should have no confidence in that very same Prime Minister. Turnover. Asked on Thursday how he felt about the messages, Hancock told reporters, "I'm not getting into that." And then he burst out laughing and put his mask on and gave that sort of worried puppy look. He's always got his mouth agape, either laughing or reaching for the word no. You know, whatever the question is, the answer is no. Asked on Thursday how he felt about the messages, Hancock said, "I'm not getting into that." He said, "The Prime Minister and I have worked incredibly closely together in these last 18 months. Well, on behalf of the people in this country that are still alive, please, we're begging you, stop working closely together. We might not survive another 18 months. This is all about Bodger Johnson and hopeless Matt Hancock, who have been working closely together in these last 18 months to give us the disaster that we see before us. The only thing that's gone right in the last 18 months is the vaccination rollout, and that is because the both of them got out of the way and let the NHS do their thing." Labour's Thangam Debonair. A name I did not make up, but I wish I had. I think if I had have made up the name Thangam Debonair, I would have taken the rest of the night off. I mean, seriously, when have you ever heard a better name than Thangam Debonair? Anyway, Thangam Debonair, out of what's left of the Labour Party in the House of Commons on Thursday, said, "Why did the Prime Minister keep on as Health Secretary somebody he thought was hopeless in a global health crisis? The British people recognise incompetence and waste when they see it. They know what's right and what's not, and they know when a minister is hopeless." That's right. It's just that for about 40% of us, it doesn't make any difference whether they're hopeless or not, as long as they're on their team, as long as they think that they're winning. If they upset the other side, then anything they do is okay by them, which is a pretty frightening place to be. Anyway, Thangam Debonair said that. Why did the Prime Minister keep on as Health Secretary somebody he thought was hopeless in a global health crisis yet? And Jacob Rees-Smug unfolded himself and extended his limbs like a stick insect and said, you know, in his whole act. I can sum that up in that syllable. That's his act. He said, this guy. He said, "There's a great line from Dr. Johnson that in lapidary inscriptions a man is not on oath." Have you ever heard a more asinine sentence in your life? Lapidary inscriptions, really? At what point in the day did you look that one up? He said, "I think the same applies to text messages which are essentially trivia, the flotsam and jetsam, the ephemera of life, and they're fundamentally unimportant," said Smug. And you thought there wasn't any way you could dislike him more. I'll tell you what's fundamentally unimportant. A superior-mannered faux intellectual whose act is to pretend he's in a Jeeves and Wooster novel because he thinks it makes him amusing and interesting. He's like a poor American's idea of how a rich Brit would act. If it weren't for his boss and half the cabinet, he would be the most embarrassing thing about the current regime. Smug actually called Matt Hancock the brilliant, the one and only successful genius who has been running health over the past 15 months, and that, quotes, "he has done so much to make not only the country but the world safer." This whole country has jumped the shark. If our leaders were the characters in a film, it would be Disney's Peter Pan. I mean, we've got the uptight, constipated father praising a man who doesn't quite possess the intellectual ability of the family dog Nana, and we're being led by the helpless, hapless, untucked Smee. This ship's going down. Meanwhile, Keir Starmer criticised the government's decision not to add India to the travel red list until the 23rd of April, arguing that it had hastened the spread of the Delta variant of the virus, first identified there, to the UK. Whoa, steady on there, Keir. That sounds like a criticism. He said there's only one reason we've got the Delta variant, and that's because the Prime Minister failed to secure the border. So the Prime Minister is as hopeless as Hancock, he said. By Jove, I think he's finally got it right. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I tell you what, I don't know what UEFA's on. They put England fourth in the league. Fourth in the world.
Are they?
I don't know what they're on like. What kind of alcohol are they on like? after tonight's performance, well done, Scotland. Absolutely fantastic.
They're on.
But I tell you what,
they're on discarded bottles of Buckfast.
Boris got interviewed today. Like, I'd love to smash that smug off his face.
No,
he's horrible, man.
No violence allowed.
The man's horrible.
Which one?
Oh, all of them.
All of them, yeah.
You know what I mean? So you've got Smog that cannot speak properly. You've got Hancock, that's England manager, that cannot do note. You know what I mean? And you've got Boris Johnson, where he's
with his whole thing, yeah.
It's just the way you hit the nail on the head. Like, he's just so squirmy, isn't he? He just laughs about everything. You know that smirk that he does?
I don't know which one we're talking about now. All of the above, maybe.
He's a half-wit, mate.
Oh, well, then I definitely don't know which one we're talking about. Oh, right. Between the three of them, they're 1.5 wits. I think you'll find that's fractionally accurate.
Yeah, right there, mate.
That's me doing mental arithmetic on the radio.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Sean.
Cheers, mate.
Ta-da. Oh, blimey. Just when you thought you'd heard it all, talking of fractions, I haven't got time to get into it now, but I'll do it after the news. Oh, my God. I mean, talk about Back to the Future, Forwards to the Past. I am stunned. I actually thought it was a joke. I thought I'll tell you what it is after the news. But I thought, well, there's no way that anybody said that out loud. Ian Duncan Smith, did you hear? Oh, just wait. I thought, no way could anybody seriously present that as a thought. Never mind about a possibility. But I'll get into that after the news. I haven't got time now. John emails, the by-election result shows there is some intelligence in England, in my opinion, says John. Well, if you just wait long enough, and if you flip the coin enough, then eventually it will land on its edge. Jim says, I don't normally watch the football, but just for a laugh, I tuned into the before tonight's match and listened to the various other aged football pundits. They laughed hilariously and recounted certain anecdotes about times they missed heading the ball and fell over in the penalty area. And I thought it was like listening to some ex-insurance salesmen recounting the fantastic times they had years ago selling insurance. It was that boring, and I believe they get paid for doing this. So Ben Bradley, out of Labour, says that there will be a massive political backlash against the Bodge if he allows these VIPs to come in here willy-nilly and see the football and then swan off out of it. And I don't think that there will be. I mean, there hasn't been a massive political backlash about anything else that's happened. I mean, we've got 130,000 dead people. No political backlash about that. I think he can do anything he wants. The fans are on side. It's a cult now. It's not political. It's not a political party. It's a cult fan base that he's got now. Doesn't matter what he does. But it'd be pretty alarming. They'd be making the same mistake again. For the, fourth time or fifth? Something like that. Thousands of VIPs will be allowed into England without the need to quarantine under plans to stop the final of the European Championship being moved from Wembley to Budapest. Ministers are discussing a proposal to exempt UEFA and FIFA officials, politicians, sponsors and broadcasters from having to self-isolate on arrival, despite concerns that this could lead to an increase in coronavirus infections and provoke a backlash from the public. No, it won't. There seems to be no amount of punishment that we will take. We'll say, thank you, sir, may I have another? I think the lesson we have learned is that the public will swallow absolutely anything as long as it's delivered by that funny bloke off the telly. and that it's wrapped in a Union flag. We will climb over a mountain of dead bodies and past evidence of unbelievable corruption and ignore the ruined economy to salute our great unkempt leader because, and this is a direct quote that has been yelled at me down the phone dozens of times on this show, he's doing his best. Can you imagine if he wasn't doing his best? This is Boris Johnson doing his best. Can you believe that?
No.
So many times people have said, "Oh, leave him alone. He's doing his best," which is the sort of thing that you'd pat a 3-year-old on the head who's trying to do a jigsaw puzzle, but they've accidentally swallowed half the pieces. Oh, he's doing his best. About 2,500 designated VIPs, all up to their eyeballs in infectious disease. I don't know that that's true, but then nobody else does either. 2,500 would not have to abide by quarantine restrictions imposed on ordinary members of the public. They would be allowed to do anything they bloomin' well like because they're VIPs. They're allowed to attend matches in Wembley during the knockout phase of the tournament, as well as training sessions and meetings with the UK government. Ministers are concerned that if they do not relax the rules, the semi-finals and final will be moved to Hungary. Wherever that is. Hungary will have no border restrictions for travel within the Schengen zone from next week and would host the games with full stadiums. You imagine being in a country that's negotiated this so well that they could actually have full stadiums. Most of the ministers, I suspect, are concerned that they won't be able to wangle the best seats at Wembley for themselves if it goes to Hungary. They won't get the best seats for them and their donors and their friends, and they'll have to ask someone to sort them out and then travel all the way there and then be expected to isolate when they get back. I mean, let's not kid ourselves that this regime has suddenly been gripped with the urge to keep us safe. Cabinet ministers are understood to have acknowledged that amending the law on border restrictions for VIPs could cause controversy at a time when millions of Brits are unable to take holidays abroad. Do me a favour, what do ministers care about that? They seem to live to gaslight, and they ignore whatever rule they find burdensome. We know that. They know that they can do what they want because their fans love them as long as what they do upsets the Liberals. UEFA today said it was delighted that at least half of Wembley's capacity will be used for the knockout matches. It said, "We are in discussions with the local authorities to try to allow fans of the participating teams to attend the matches using a strict testing and bubble concept. That would mean that their stay in the UK would be less than 24 hours and their movements would be restricted to approved transport and venues only." Oh, yeah, that'll work. I can't see any problems there. Highly infectious viruses will never find a way around that. And Bodge is said to be drawing up plans on the grounds that they could boost a joint home nations bid for the 2030 World Cup. Right, so we're sucking up to officials now and potentially allowing a new and exciting deadly variant of COVID into the country, just as we did with the Indian variant. He was sucking up to the Indian government while he was trying to get a huge trade deal with them, which is why we've got this, which is why we've our day of freedom, such as it will be, has been put back a month. So the proposed exemptions would allow the Prime Minister to meet senior figures from UEFA, the sports governing body in Europe, in person. I hope he shakes their hands. Oh, you'll be delighted to know. He's going to try and secure their backing for the first major international tournament held entirely on British soil since 1996. And there it is. He wants a Brexit win. Just like when he left the door open for the Indian variant to waltz in while he was sucking up to India for a trade deal with predictable results. Any relaxation of border restrictions would involve a strict set of public health measures. With the exception of England, Wales and Scotland, every national team competing at the tournament, apart from red-listed Turkey, is on the amber list. Does anybody know what it is to be on the amber list?
No.
No, we've got no idea. It's almost as though it's designed to confuse. We know red and green. Red means stop, green means go. What does amber mean? Go faster? Up to 10 days isolation is needed for those returning from amber and red destinations. If approved by the Cabinet's COVID-O committee. What? And passed by Parliament, the changes could result in a small number of red list travellers avoiding quarantine. And what do we think that that's going to result in? Pop your answer on a postcard and send it to the following address. Wembley's going to be at 50% of its 90,000 capacity for the semi-finals on July 6th and 7th, as well as the final on July the 11th. That's going to be a Sunday, isn't it? Alexander Seferin, the UEFA president, told the government last week that Britain's border restrictions were too strict compared with those in the EU, and that other European cities were willing and able to host matches scheduled to be played at Wembley. So it's not like, we're having our arm twisted or anything. But, sadly, we're being... the health of the nation is under the auspices of a successful genius. Never mind, eh? Christchurch. Hello, Phil.
Hello. What a tutty hilarious day for going out and doing something silly like voting for the Fib Dems. They're proof that a dead parrot bounces.
Right.
Amersham is full of well-heeled middle-class Ramonas and NIMBYs that just don't want a choo-choo train going through their town, isn't it?
Any moment now, you'll run out of material, Phil.
Well,
There it was, right there. That's the moment that he just ran out. Empty he is. Belgravia. Daniel.
Hi.
Daniel.
That last caller seemed very patriotic indeed. I think you cut him off too soon.
Oh, no. I apologise. I'm so sorry. I'll leave you on hold, and then I can come to you at all points during the show, and you can tell me when I should or should not cut somebody off.
No, it's just a comment. I've been trying to think at what point was a minister or someone in the Conservative Party were actually brought to account, and I'm really struggling. It could be the last person was Jeffrey Archer, or many moons ago, because these lots seem pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, well, they have the idea that they are because their fans so far have allowed them to get away with absolutely everything.
Yeah, but it's very simple. Whenever there is any aspect of accountability, there will be complete digression and deniability. I mean, Boris could practically strangle the Queen, and he could still get away with it because he's got that much backing.
He lied to the Queen.
Yes, and that's not punishable, apparently.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make no difference to me who he lied to. She's still a human being. But you'd have thought that the people who wrap themselves in the flag would raise a finger of complaint about that. But no, because it was that funny bloke off the telly that they've voted for and are all in on. Then doesn't make any difference as long as it upsets the Liberals.
Yeah, but the main thing is there are thousands of bereaved families within Great Britain.
Millions. Every person knows or is known by 10 people. There must be. I mean, everybody on average, you'd think knows or is known by 10 people. So they've got 130,000 dead. So let's round it down to 100,000. So that's 1 million people in this country know of somebody who has died, and it hasn't made the slightest difference.
But the brilliant thing was, because the vaccine was clearly implemented within months, that saved millions of lives. It could have been worse.
Well, yeah, everything could be worse. The entire country would be on fire. Of course it could be worse.
So what I was thinking
But it could be a lot better.
Yes, of course.
I mean, we've had one of the worst responses to this virus of any country in the world. So practically anywhere else would be better.
It will get a lot better now that we've got a great colonial trade deal with India, because we don't have to trade with China anymore.
Right.
So all our products from the likes of the deep state, the big companies, Amazon, etc., they will be coming cheaper. So
I assume you're joking.
No, I'm being absolutely realistic. I mean, the products
what's
will
India
now come
got to do with Amazon?
Well, if you think about the products that will come through, we won't have much favoritism through the kind of the Chinese regime.
What does that? Back. Wait, what does that mean?
What about who?
What does that mean? We won't have much favoritism from the Chinese regime. What are you talking about?
Well, if you look at the geopolitics and the fiscal viability...
Right, okay, so now you're just like throwing buzzwords out. It doesn't actually mean anything at all. You're just constructing a sentence through things that you've half heard on television. Fiscal what now? I think that was 2 in a row on the Nicky Abbott Show. Jessica tweets, a successful pair of geniuses... A successful pair of geniuses. JRM about Matt Hancock. We all laugh. That makes no sense, Jessica. This says, if England doesn't win Euro 2020, it'll be because it's a political fix, just like Eurovision. It'll probably have something to do with Jeremy Corbyn, too. Boo! Yeah, thanks a lot, Jezza. You see what you've done? And John texts, whether Hancock gets the resignation bullet depends on how Carrie feels about him. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, for a while there, I've been thinking that Boris Johnson actually does like to surround himself with people who, when he stands next to them, make him look good. I mean, look at them. I mean, the cavalcade of clowns that we got running the show at the moment, it's... is there any other reason? Are they being hired for their expertise?
No.
It seems like they're being hired for their not uncapableness, incapacity for actually doing the job. Just like a certain individual.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, he used to put people in positions of authority who were incapable of doing that job, who were ideologically opposed to doing that job in many cases. There was an article in the Mirror a couple of days ago. Jason Beattie, head of politics, he said, Boris Johnson seems to take pride... Why do you keep showing me pictures? This is radio. There's no pictures on radio. He says, Boris Johnson seems to take pride in surrounding himself with incompetents, losers and no-hopers. Yeah, that's right. That's about right. He actually seems to take pride in it. No matter how bad you are, it's almost impossible to get sacked from this cabinet, says Jason Beattie, head of politics at The Mirror. He says Home Secretary Priti Patel broke the minister's code but remains in a job. Community Secretary Robert Jenrick signed off a building development shortly after accepting a donation still in place. Gavin Williamson. Do I need to say more?
No.
Oh, well, anyway, Gavin Williamson, he says, lurches from one disaster to another, yet inexplicably remains as Education Secretary. Even when the Prime Minister privately admits you are completely hopeless, as in the case of Matt Hancock, he keeps you in place. The bar for this cabinet is so low that even Chris Grayling would be regarded as an impressive inclusion. Johnson has such a cynical disregard for the voters, he doesn't seem to care that he's allowing the country to be run by people who are not up to the task. This is partly because chaos suits him, says Jason Beattie, head of politics, out of The Mirror. In a cabinet of blunderers and B-listers, he not only looks good by comparison, but people turn to him to see who is in charge. Voters have yet to abandon this jury-rigged ship of state crewed by lackeys and conscripts. They remain thankful for the furlough scheme and the vaccine rollout. Yet that may change as more items are added to the charge sheet and the gratitude for the jabs starts to fade. Yeah. Especially if, to type, he does the same blooming thing again. As soon as a new and exciting variant comes along, he lets that one in too. Adam.
So yes, I'm just very confused right now. I've in my late 30s been voting all my life, and basically voted Conservative up to about 8 years ago, and I've just given up voting. And what
no.
Let me finish.
Okay, then.
The reason why is because I see 650 MPs that are absolutely useless. And
well, not all of them. Not 650.
No. Okay, so I'll reiterate that. Maybe 640 are useless. There are 10 that are actually good at their job. However, saying that, it doesn't matter what party you vote for, what party is involved. They are all involved with cronyism when they get in.
Yeah, but not to this extent. Not in my lifetime has any government got away with what this lot are doing.
No, I completely agree. But what I want to see, what everyone complains about cronyism and the government and everything else like that, but no one offers solutions. And what I would like to say is, or what I would like to offer is a solution to this problem. People turn up with ideas of removing statues and everything else like that. So go through some sort of revolution.
God.
Well, maybe it's a time for a revolution with the government and this whole Commons Lords debate and getting rid of the government, or not getting rid of the government, but changing the way the government works. So instead of the government being just elected MPs that have no idea what they're doing, and this is becoming very evident with Boris and
with everything, with everything,
and both sides, not one side, but both sides have no idea. They are good in their own right for what they are trained to do, but nothing other than that. So maybe what about employing people to become think tanks?
Oh, no.
No.
Think tanks.
Hang on, you haven't let me finish.
Okay,
so
then.
The head of industries lead the economy. The head of the economy. So the best business minds in the world, in the UK, lead the economy side. The best NHS side lead. The best doctors lead the NHS.
No.
And then, hang on, they all come together. And they're paid their wage. So basically, we're paying a pittance to a load of idiots that know nothing about what they're doing, and to make up their own job.
So what we should actually have is a dictatorship.
No, I never said that at all.
I think that's what it was adding up to.
No, absolutely not. So I'm talking about a head of each leadership of their...
Yes, should be experts in their field. I understand that, but the problem with that is the problems like a dictator. Yeah, I get it.
No, not like a dictator.
I think that's what you're describing.
No, because there has to be stages after that they come together and it's like a courtroom more. It's more like a jury than a.
Okay, well, all right. Wait a minute, because we're running out of time. The news is coming up, so let me unpick bits of it. You can't have somebody who is whose field of expertise is running a business, who is in charge of industry or government industrial policy in this country, because people who run businesses run them to eventually maintain a monopoly. They want to smash all competition to smithereens and steamroll over any company that gets in their way. That's a good. That may be a good way to run your business, but it's a terrible way to run a government. That's not how governments are run at all.
No. But what if you make the business side of that global in terms of instead of running a business, you run the entire country like that.
Right. Terrible. You can't run a country like that. Because although we are an island, we are not an island. So we are dependent on the kindness of strangers.
But absolutely. But do you not think that if you run a global company like Starbucks, McDonald's, they take all of that into consideration? How are they going to do that?
If you run a global coffee store, then you want to crush every other coffee shop on the high street. That is not a way to run a country, unless you are vying for World War III. And if you get a medical expert, like a doctor, a surgeon, something like that, to run the NHS, well, then they're not doing what they're trained to do anymore. It's the opposite of that. It's like taking a nurse off the ward. I've seen this myself. Nurses that have a tremendous amount of experience, and as soon as they get really good at their job, they take them off the ward and they put them in front of a computer screen. They're filling out forms all day long, not doing what they're actually good at, getting elevated to a position of inability. But better luck next time, Adam. Guildford, hello, Jamie.
Yo, hello.
Jamie.
Yes.
Yes, Jamie.
Oh, sorry, I was...
You were discombobulated just for a moment there.
No, sorry.
Take a breath. Just relax.
I will do. Right. First and foremost...
Centre.
Pleasure to speak to you. I don't know how you deal with the people that you speak to.
I love each and every one of them in a very special way.
Deep down, you do judge them. Let's be honest, you really do judge them.
Well, everybody judges everybody else. At every second of the day, you're always judging somebody. You're putting them in a pigeonhole. It's a survival mechanism.
Of course. And it's lovely to speak to someone very nicely, but when they do just hit you with the establishment and the regime and the New World Order...
If they're just talking nonsense, if I recognise all of the words as English, but not in the order in which they put them, then I have to make my excuses and leave.
Of course.
Of course.
I completely agree.
Well, I completely agree.
So with the whole side of the vaccine thing, when your man was just saying the vaccines need to be doing this and that and this and that, but where do we go from here? That's the question I would like, because I know and I do agree with your views, but what is the next step? What is the so everyone being vaccinated, or what's going on from there? And but everyone's got this idea of the regime seems to have come up so many times in the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why regime, establishment, those buzzwords, as you said, are just so poignant. So it's like it doesn't make sense.
Well, you can say that again. 0345 6060 973. That's the only thing that made sense when he said it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Absolutely nothing you just said makes sense. But better luck next time. Rachel says, be scared. Be very scared. Dido Harding has applied to become the CEO of NHS England. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, if she gets it, then we really will have walked through the glass with Alice. We will be in another parallel dimension. We will be in uncharted territory. We will have a regime that doesn't care what those outside the cult think at all, and seems to spend its entire day dreaming up ways to irritate liberals. When I say liberals, I mean small L, right? Not the liberal Democrats, not them, but they would be in that group mostly. Not the ones that forged a pact, way back when Nick was in charge. After which they sort of disappeared from view for quite a while until just now. But don't worry, Nick, it wasn't your fault. Oh, wait, no, that's right. It was. It was all your fault. I wonder whatever happened to him. Yeah, he surprised us all. And his bank manager, mostly, I would imagine. Couldn't believe it. I bet he still wakes up going, what? Is it happening to me? Why me? Good question. Karen text, did you hear that Bojo's doing a Disney film called The Lying King? Liar! Really? I did not know that. The stuff you learn on this show. It's an education, isn't it?
No.
Let's have a call in Cheshunt. John.
Hello. Hiya. Right, I want to say, what is it with the problem with the people of this country? How much more have they got to take for this incompetent government to all stand up and say enough's enough? Now, Boris Johnson, as far as I'm concerned, is responsible for 150,000 deaths in this country. He's also responsible for the way this country's in a mess, and also the Indian environment when he should have closed the borders, but he let them all in, and then he's also surrounded by his sandy shores. And what sandy shores I mean by that, he's surrounded by his puppets on a string.
Oh,
because
very good. But apart from that, John.
Yes.
Apart from all of that, I do believe that I think you'll find if you examine it closely, you'll find that he is doing his best, and we should leave him alone.
Right. Oh, okay. He's doing his best. If that's his best, I would hate to see his worst.
Yeah, maybe you should take more holidays, Boris. That was the very first thing he did, and that sort of marked him out as the leader we have come to know. The very first thing he did on accessing the keys to number 10 was to go on holiday. Remember that? Go on holiday to somebody's mansion by the sea. I don't think we even to this day know whose it was and who paid. He took like a 30 grand holiday. Would you, on getting a new job, announce that the very first thing you're going to do is take a holiday? You're not even going to show up for work on day one. You think, no, all right, thanks very much for the job. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Is that all right for you? Amazing. I mean, it really is just astonishing. Jane emails, Bodger kept Hancock on after acknowledging that he was bleeping useless just to make Bodger himself look dynamic. Well, I don't know about dynamic, but to make him look competent. I think he keeps that our chief negotiator Frost on to make him look smart. He's the only man I've ever seen that looks more unkempt than Boris Johnson. I mean, the two of them standing next to each other, it looks like Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Except Tweedledum and Tweedledee knew how to tuck their shirts in. Lee Green. Carly.
Hello, Nick.
Carly.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Carly.
First time caller.
Ah, welcome along.
I was just saying to your researcher, I may be a little bit lost. I'm dyslexic, so I've been listening to everything, but I see everything from afar, so it's quite hard for me to sort of stay on track.
From a
distance. Things are happening.
Right, so what are you confused about?
No, I'm not confused about anything, but it's just as in
I thought that's what you just said.
No, just as in like listening. So when I decided to call up, to the conversation that's happening now has obviously evolved.
Right,
but
evolved.
The point I was trying to get at is what frustrates me out of listening to LBC from the morning to the night to the to the early morning.
Is this a complaint?
Well, possibly. My thoughts are is what really annoys me is that what people don't realise is that regardless to to whether it be left wing, right wing, far right,
far left
wing politics,
or straight down the middle. Yeah.
Regardless of that, people don't realise, and I mean, let's get it straight. I like to associate myself as anarchist and a communist.
You're an anarchist and a communist?
Yes, absolutely.
So you want to smash things up and then distribute them cheerfully?
Yes, please. But what I'm trying to say is that regardless of whatever your social preference is, the minute that you assign yourself to a political group or any type of group, you are then associated to a dictatorship.
Right, that makes no sense.
Because the pure fact...
Who's the dictator?
That you are being led down a path that other people agree with, that there is a leader who is directing you, that is a dictatorship.
Well, it's not really. If the leader has been voted for by the people...
If you break everything down to exactly for what it is, unless you were to go off-grid, do what you like and do what you want, you are being influenced by something else.
Right, I think you're being...
If your name was given to you by your parents, that is not your name. You carry on that name.
It is my name.
In the good faith that you trust that is a name that suits you.
But it is my name. It was given to me.
Somebody else gave it to you.
Yeah, they gave it to me. It then became mine.
You were taking on the influence of somebody else's opinion.
No, it wasn't an opinion. It was a name. If I give you a box of chocolates, it's yours, Carly.
You never chose that name, Nick. You
don't have to choose it. You don't have to choose it. It remains yours if somebody gives it to you until you can change. You can change it if you wish.
What I'm trying to say is what people don't realise is everything from the minute you are born is an influence by everything around you and what's been given to you.
I think people do realise that.
Thing as originality or individual fault.
Yeah, I think that people do realise that. You're not telling us anything we don't know already.
But when it comes to all this argument about political leniency and who we choose and where we're going and stuff, people seem to think that it's that you can segregate people in that narrow way.
Carly, do me a favour.
Go to bed?
Go to bed. Is that what you said? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, put the phone down and go to bed. You need a good night's sleep, Carly. I recommend two things. First, give up caffeinated coffee. Try decaf for a while, see how it works out for you. Second, turn off the internet. Close down your Facebook feed, get off Twitter and all of the other social media that you must consume in vast amounts to have come up with these deranged thoughts. What you're telling me is A, not new, and B, so far out there that it's barely even worth mentioning. It's barely even worth touching on. I should have concluded the conversation at anarchist communist. Trust me when I tell you, Carly, to spend less time on the internet. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now. Thank you. Brian emails, so caller Sean just said that he'd like to wipe the smoke off Boris Johnson's face, but he didn't specify which face. Nigel says, spot on, affirmative. But it doesn't say what he's in agreement with. But, affirmative. That's what he says. James texts, does it trouble you to know that the country is being run by people who wouldn't know the right way to sit in a lavatory? And David says, if Theresa May had been handling this COVID crisis, at least we wouldn't be any worse off. If my old pet cat had been handling this COVID crisis, we wouldn't be any worse off. And my old pet cat's dead. Any other leader of a major country would have negotiated our way through this more efficiently, and we'd have been considerably less poor because of it. William says, which half of you is Scottish? This half. From about here to here. Watford. Hello, Ian.
Hi there, Nick. Nice to speak to you.
Ian.
Very entertaining, and it's fantastic to think all these people have got a vote of their own.
Yeah, that's right. That's the problem with democracy. People.
That's the problem with it. And unfortunately, it is insolvable.
Yes,
I mean,
it is. Yeah.
I always ask people who complain about politics, the politicians, I ask them a very simple question. Simple question is, I say, of all the cleverest people you know, who are both honourable and capable, how many would go into politics?
Right, 0.
Now you know why you've got problems. Because it's a very unrewarding for an intelligent person. No, for somebody who is intelligent would know that anything that goes wrong, they would be blamed.
Well, you say it's... yes. But you say it's unrewarding. It may be relatively unrewarding in the short term because they'll only be earning, what is it now, £85,000 a year?
I didn't mean money. I mean unrewarding as a job title. Your job title is entertainment, so you make people laugh and you make people... So you're entertaining. You get satisfaction out of doing your show. Being a politician, if you're serious... It's not very... Anything that goes right as a politician, you will not get the respect for. Anything that goes wrong, you'll get blamed for. It's if you think about it logically, it's always been the case.
Well, yes, until now.
To any country in the world.
Well, until now. I mean, what has Boris Johnson been blamed for? Nothing. What has he been praised for? The vaccine rollout, which had 0 to do with him.
Look, he took a gamble, whether he took it or somebody else above him or somebody side with him, said, get as many vaccines as you can, doesn't matter how much money you spend.
The only reason it's gone well is because he got out of the way.
Well, it could be. I mean, but that's politics all over. I mean, most countries are not run as well as they should have. If anybody thinks that the EU is run professionally, you also are living in dreamland.
It is run professionally. I mean, they're all professionals because they're doing it for the money. I mean, most of them...
That's what professional means.
Yeah,
the word professional means you do something for money.
Right, but most of them have been doing that kind of thing for a good long while with a degree of success.
There's not a degree of success. That's an illusion that's been created. If the EU was so successful, why is there such a very large percentage of people who always wanted to come over here? Much more than ever went from here to Europe.
I don't think that's true. Well, we have different people. Nick, we have different people travelling for different reasons. We have older people who want to go and relocate where the sun is more guaranteed, and we have younger people who want to come here to do the jobs that we refuse to do.
Right. And now let me just throw something past you, which nobody actually talks about. And if you go and have a look in Google to see what the population of this country was in 2000, roughly 20 years ago, and compare it to all the other countries in Europe in 2000, and have a look what the population of this country is now compared to all the other countries in Europe.
God, that's a very complicated thing to do. Why would you want to do it?
Well, it's not very complicated.
Well, it is.
You've got all those assistants there working away tirelessly.
0 assistants. So what's your conclusion?
Well, the conclusion is that lots of people came from Europe because it was a better life here, and that's why they came.
No, that's not...
They didn't come for the weather.
Well, they didn't come for a better life. What do you mean by better life? Well, they were sitting with their feet up smoking a cigar.
No, being able to have somewhere to sit. You know?
What? They came here for our chairs.
I mean, people. It's quite simple. People do things for a reason. And
are you talking about immigrants? Because Germany has taken way more than we have. Way more. Way more than we have. I believe France has probably taken more than us.
Have a look at your numbers.
It doesn't make any difference with the numbers. You need to find out who it is that is coming and going.
How many people left Germany? How many people have left Germany? Why do you think they took the immigrants in? Because they're short of labour.
Well, ditto us. As we now know, because people who are running the businesses that used to be stuffed with foreign workers are whining that they can't find anybody to do their jobs anymore. Restaurants can't find chefs, and they can't find wait staff and dishwashers and cleaners and all of that, and bars similarly. People who were agitating for us to leave the European Union are now complaining that there aren't enough people coming from the European Union to work in their pubs. God, it's comical. I don't know what point you're trying to make here, Ian, that this is a better country than any European country because Europeans have wanted to come here. I think the reverse is also true.
Fairly good advert for it, isn't it?
No, it's completely spurious argument that you're making, because people have come from mostly poorer European countries to here. You think they haven't come to any other European countries?
Well, not... Just do me a favour, when you get some time...
It doesn't make any difference unless you know who it is that are represented by those numbers.
Facts. Look at facts. Don't look at your impression or what gets you read in the newspaper.
Ian,
Actually,
listen to me. Listen. It doesn't make any difference what the numbers are unless you know who it is that those numbers represent. And the idea that because you in Watford have seen some foreigners in your high street does not mean to say that a similar number or more have not shown up in other European countries. Mostly coming from Eastern European countries to Western European countries, which are better off, and so their citizens are fatter and more well-fed and lazier, so they don't want to bend over double in a field all day and pull turnips out the ground. So that's why we have we imported people to do that stuff for us, and cleaning, and working overnight in a factory, and all that stuff that we don't want to do. But you think that that's just that lack of interest in doing the worst jobs in the country is only associated with us. People in France don't want to do that. The French don't want to do it. The Germans don't want to do it. The Belgians don't want to do it. So everybody that is, is the citizens of a rich country rely on the citizens of poorer countries to do all the jobs that they don't want to do. Doesn't mean to say that ours is a fantastic country because poor people want to come here. They also want to go to France and Germany and Italy and, all points north, east, west and south. Because we got more people here doesn't mean to say that means it's a better country. It's just a daft thing to say. Are they calling it the Brazilian variant yet? They're bound to eventually, and as soon as Bodger Johnson realises that there's a deadly variant in Brazil, he will immediately open our doors to anybody that wants to come from Brazil. Edward says, personally, I would choose Nick Abbott as the Labour Party leader. I would vote for your style of leadership. Oh, I'd dole out some punishment. Don't you worry about that. Veendam, the Netherlands. Bernard.
Yeah, hello, Nick. Hello, nice to talk to you.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm enjoying the weather, enjoying the football, and on Sunday I go to Turkey.
Ah, is that wise?
Wise. I live there partly. I have a Turkish wife.
Right.
And she's there at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean,
enjoy.
I'm just giving you maybe some information in that sense. I'm 76.
76 years old. Yes.
And I've lived more than 50 years outside England, where I was born. I come from Middlesbrough.
Yes.
And I still, of course, love the country of my roots, but...
Well, now, wait a minute.
The situation of the country...
You don't love it enough to live here, do you?
Apparently not.
No.
But the situation is so crazy. You talk about cult. I mean, it is incredible. And it's difficult to even know. I mean, all the criticism that you and other people put on the government, it's sort of like fuel. It's like benzene, petrol to a fire. the more you give, the more bloated the object becomes of which you are criticising. So it's looking for a way forward, and it's very difficult to even suggest one. But I'd like to give one small section of hope coming from where I come from, which is Middlesbrough, and it is that independence. That young lady that you got rid of her a little bit, I thought unfairly. The dyslexic young lady who said she mentioned the word anarchist and communist.
Are you kidding me? She made no sense at all.
Now, she said
I got rid of her unfairly.
From the moment of birth, we are being manipulated, and the issue of independence is extremely important.
Independence? Personal independence? From birth, we're being manipulated.
That was the issue that she was putting on the table.
There is no issue. I mean, she was telling us that like it's news. Of course you're manipulated. Your social personal upbringing fashions you as a person. Of course it does. That's not news.
Wait a minute. Don't get stroppy. All I want to make one point is that one possible way forward is what Middlesbrough is doing.
Yes.
Which is, I don't know the man because I don't live there, and I don't even live in England. But there's there's a mayor called Preston, Andy Preston, and he was, I think, originally Labour, but he's now an independent. I think the only way forward for Britain is the growth of independence, like you also have a belief in.
She wasn't talking about that. She was talking about personal independence.
Now let's leave her alone then. I don't.
Well, why did you bring her up then?
Because I thought you treated her a bit unfairly.
Yeah, you said that, and she was making zero sense. She started by telling me that she was an anarchist communist.
She didn't start by saying that. She said that in the course of what she said. Now, what does any word mean? It means all sorts of things to all sorts of people.
No, it doesn't. Words have specific meanings. You know that they do because they're always put in a dictionary.
Which dictionary? An Oxford dictionary?
It doesn't really matter which one you select. The definitions are more or less the same.
No, all things are given and influenced by the political narrative at the back of them, and that would include also the Oxford Dictionary, I think.
You think the Oxford Dictionary is a political tome?
That is then turning my words into a sort of binary.
Not really. I just precede what it is that you just said.
It's going to be influenced by the political context of Oxford. I didn't go to Oxford. I studied at London University.
Right. So you think the Oxford English Dictionary? I can't even be bothered. You think it's influenced by the politics of the town of Oxford? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think I think that everything is influenced by the values and the history and the narrative of the society in which we live.
Yeah, of course it is.
And that includes the dictionaries, it includes the language that we use.
Well, most of the words in the dictionary have meanings that survive generations. I mean, a few change every now and again as language evolves. Of course it does. But most people recognise the definitions of most words, and they are the same now as they were 100 years ago.
In a way, and there's some truth in that. I think that human nature, of course, goes back to the beginning and hopefully will go forward into the future.
Human nature goes back to the beginning and hopefully will go forward into the future. Okay, I think you should leave us with that thought, and we'll ponder it a while. I'm due pondering. It makes no sense. But it fits right in, Bernard. Keith says, I'm confused. You're confused. I'm confused, says Keith. If Matt Hancock, according to Jacob Rees-Mogg, is an example of a successful genius, what does a useless, incompetent person look like? Well, we should ask Smug himself.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
That's the answer you're looking for there, Keith. Cliff text, if Donald Trump was president, I'm sure we would have won the football tonight. Yeah, that's right. If Donald Trump was president, we would definitely have won the football. Because we would have been following Donald Trump's exercise routine.
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
Yeah, sure. How do you know? He takes a golf cart to his golf cart. Streatham, hello, Penny.
Hi, Nick.
Penny.
Hi, I just wanted to raise the issue about Cornwall. I've been listening to your programme, but only just the last hour. Sorry, I've been busy before that. So
Busy?
I don't know if you've... Yeah, I know. But I don't know if you've covered this. But Cornwall has seen a sort of 500% increase in COVID cases since the G7 summit. And it is going to cripple the tourist industry for Cornwall over the next few months, and they're only just recovering. And I would like LBC and yourself to look at what was the point of having the G7 summit in a tiny little part of our country.
Well, I read about his dad wrote an article saying that this is Stanley Johnson,
yes,
famous second home owner. He said that he thinks the reason, like why he couldn't just ask his own blooming son. He said he thinks that they had it in this cute place in Cornwall because that's where Bodger used to go on holidays as a child.
Oh, that's completely bonkers. So they had a cruise ship which had 5,000 police and other staff that were required for the summit offshore, and we all know that cruise ships suffered dramatically through the spread of virus, so that wasn't very sensible. They also had teams of people in the weeks before the 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday of last week, and we are seeing this extraordinary increase, and Cornwall is just waking up for its tourist season, and I just think that it's something we should be really focusing on, as this Delta version of the virus spreads very quickly.
Yeah.
More quickly than the
of course, we knew about that before we let it in.
Exactly. And, okay, it doesn't, because we've got the vaccination going rather well, it doesn't end up with so many people in hospital and dying, but we have a whole child population heading to Cornwall for their family holidays, and they're quite vulnerable. So I think it's really extraordinary that the G7 summit was there, and they gave it great optic coverage in the barbecues and the beautiful weather. And
it was fantastically stupid. It should have been in London, where all of those dignitaries would have arrived in the first place, and they came back to London. And I know they came back to London because I was virtually driven off the road by one of their motorcades when I was coming here last weekend. They had sirens and motorcycle outriders, and they pushed me, and I had to wait till they went by, and I recognised some of their faces, and it was some of the people that were in Cornwall. So they arrived in London and then went to Cornwall, and then came back from Cornwall to London, and then went to where it is that they were heading off to. So they should have just been in London anyway.
So, Nick, should we be campaigning for the idiocy of the fact that they all went to this small bay in Cornwall, and now that Cornwall is being affected quite seriously, and, you know, they're vulnerable because it's hitting younger people now, and I just think it's outrageous that they all paraded on the beach and they did their G7. What they agreed to G7 agreements was minimal.
They didn't agree to anything at all.
Well,
as far as I'm aware. Let's do better, they said.
Immunise anybody in the world. Well, that's just kind of how do you measure that?
That's another one of these I'm gonnas. Oh, yeah, leave it to us. We'll do that.
Completely with you. Completely with you on that. And I think they should be really brought to account for this expenditure.
Penny, you know as well as I do that as long as it upsets liberals, their fans are going to cheer it ever louder.
But that's tragic when you're talking about
when you're talking about people's lives. I know, but it's a game now. It's a game. It's like a football game. It is actually like a football game. The fans of one team are against the fans of another team, And it doesn't matter what the team do on the pitch. It doesn't matter how much they lose, how much they cheat, how awful they are. The fans are going to continue to cheer that team. And that's where we are. It's not politics anymore. It's a game of fans, sadly, which would be amusing if it weren't so blooming serious. Penny, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Stephanie texts, is it a full moon tonight? There's absolutely no way of knowing, Stephanie. Metal Clay tweets, I have my Christmas lights on in the bedroom. My husband asked why. I said I wanted Christmas to come early. I just don't feel like this lockdown will end. I got called for an interview next week. An interview with who? About what? The police? Christmas lights in the bedroom? It's a little bit early, really. It's not Jesus' birthday yet, but it will be soon. But not yet. I don't think it's going to end either. I think that, I mean, I said this a while ago, and I sort of felt a bit trepidatious about saying it. I didn't think that this was before the Indian variant came along, and we had the roadmap. Roadmap. I mean, most of the current regime couldn't find their bottoms with a sat-nav, let alone construct a roadmap out of this mess. I thought out loud that I very much doubt it's going to be a smooth transition back to normality. That there's going to be major bumps on the way. And I would be amazed if this were the last variant of concern. I think there's going to be another one, and then another one, and another one after that. And at some point, if we keep letting them in, which seems to be the plan, either it's the plan, or they just keep making the same mistake over and over again. I mean, either the plan is to keep us in a permanent state of emergency, through which they can restrict our freedoms, or they're complete idiots. They just keep doing the same stupid thing over and over again. I'm not sure which is worse. But if you have in your mind that this is the last variant of concern, that there isn't going to be something else that will pop up out of, I don't know, Brazil, for instance, that is going to eventually plunge us back into this nightmare, or worse from what we already had, then I've got a bridge over the Thames I'd like to sell you. And as I've said again and again, not that this is an original thought either, but when governments restrict your freedoms under the guise of an emergency, they are loath to return them. Keep that in mind. Joe texts, when Boris Johnson kicked intellectuals like Ken Clarke and Dominic Grieve out of Parliament and replaced them with incompetence, we knew then that governance of the nation was in peril. Let's have Ealing. Hello, Anna.
Hello. Sorry,
Anna.
I'm still writing my note for this call. Hello?
Your note? You're writing notes.
Sorry. I'm a first-time caller. I really want to talk about a local issue, and I don't think you've been speaking about it today, but I just wanted to sort of highlight the issue. A local
issue to Ealing?
To London, and
London,
specifically to Ealing. I don't live in the borough, but the issue concerns the borough.
Right.
This is about low-traffic neighbourhoods, which is a reasonably new initiative, LTNs. Yeah, exactly. I have been driving since the 90s. I'm a middle-aged driver, but I haven't had a car for the last 10 years because, I've been trying to do my bit for the environment. But sadly,
how's that going, by the way, doing your bit for the environment? Does the environment appreciate it?
Thank you. Not sure, but I feel better about it, I suppose. But sadly, I was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer back in 2016, and I'm in the sort of vulnerable group, so I did buy myself a small car this year.
Yeah.
Just to get around town and go to hospital visits and sort of visit my parents and so on, to deliver them. Right.
You like driving in your car?
It's a little Cinquecento, love it.
Yeah.
I've been accumulating LTN fines though throughout. This is a new concept for me, right?
Fines? Why? What have you been doing?
I've been going down these roads. I don't know if you're familiar with the signage. I don't know if you're... Wait. But listen to the stuff that I'm going to tell you.
The excuse, right? The excuse. Yes. What's your excuse?
So, the excuse is that one, the signage isn't great. I don't think. As a middle-aged driver, a picture of a car and a motorbicycle without strikes through is not as clear as a no entry sign, right? I know.
Oh my God! You would fail your it's in 2 parts now, isn't it? The driving test.
Yeah.
It wasn't when I were a lad. When I passed when I was 17. How many times did it take you to pass the test? 6, 10, 12.
Me?
Oh my God! It took you 15 times to pass your test.
The point is, I have my license now. Never an accident and all the rest of it. But you know, it's for a middle-aged driver to see one of those signs for the first time is a new thing. Now, I accumulated 2 of these tickets within 4 minutes. Right?
Well, I'm sorry, but not knowing what signs mean on the roads is not a defence.
The first time, I accept that the first time I entered into this road is a penalty charge that I should pay, and I've paid it, right?
How much was it?
So I entered a road in Ealing.
How much was it?
£130.
What?
Right? So I entered this road in Ealing to drop a kid off after the Duke of Edinburgh, right? So, now, this particular road, it's called Olive Road in Ealing. Look it up. It's a dead end.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
It's a dead end. So you have to leave the way you came out. Now, this is the shock horror bit.
Yeah.
I got charged for leaving within 4 minutes of entering.
Mm-hmm.
And I left and accessed one of the busiest roads in Ealing. There is no offence in leaving an LTN zone if I've been fined for getting in there. Okay, so that's one. That's number.
So Anna, can I just sum this up? What your complaint is that you are unfamiliar with the law of the road and have been fined appropriately, and your complaint is that you think that life's unfair?
No, I think my complaint is that I don't understand why I've been charged for leaving a dead-end road. For leaving, I've been fined for going in, fair enough, paid that.
Mm-hmm.
But for exiting, that same road, for exiting, is that right? And the other one I had just the other day in Brentford, turning from the Kew Road into a road called Green Dragon Lane. Right. Now, I'm familiar with LTN zones now. I know what those signage is, okay? But on the road markings, and I've looked this up, it's in the highway code, there's a right arrow marked on the road saying I can turn into that junction. There's a right arrow painted on the street saying you can turn here.
Mm-hmm.
So I turned and then immediately saw the LTN in the perpendicular road, and I stopped at the sign. I stopped. No, I didn't go past the sign. I stopped.
Yes.
And then I reversed out.
Oh, my God, you reversed out?
I had to reverse out so I wouldn't go into the LTN zone.
Yeah.
I had no choice.
Right, well...
and I exited. And I received a fine for that.
Yeah,
and the video
I'll
evidence, because I requested it. I requested the video evidence because it was showing me not going down the road.
Guilty.
Not available.
Right.
So, these are the issues that I'm having, and I've been...
So the issue that you're having is that you keep breaking the law and are fined appropriately.
But I didn't break the law, did I?
Well, I think you must have done because you got fined by the law.
Well, I wrote to one of the councillors in Ealing who agreed with me and suggested that I should appeal the notice, the second notice,
They said you're appealing?
They said I should appeal the second notice, which I did, but the clerk who reviewed the notice sent me a standard template. Is that really your opinion, then? Would you say that Ealing Council have not made a mistake?
Anna, how on earth would I know? All I'm hearing is that I don't understand what the signs on the road mean, and I've blithely driven past them and have been fined appropriately.
So I don't know if you're aware, but if I think Ealing Council is one of the highest boroughs in terms of charging these penalties.
I have no idea. How many times have you been fined for speeding?
Never. How many accidents have 10? I had? Never.
But you must have seen dozens in your rearview mirror.
I've never had an accident. Thank goodness. And
Right.
I've never been done for speeding, and I've never had a parking ticket.
Right. So, okay. So you differentiate being done for speeding from speeding.
I've never been I'm quite, I'm quite observant, and I do follow the rules, mostly because of the anxiety around not following the rules.
Right. Well, we're taking a note of your address, Anna, and somebody's coming for your cinque, whatever you call it. Cinquecento. Yeah.
But,
they're going to crush that car into a cube the size of an OXO cube.
Don't, that would make me very sad. But anyway, I thought I'd bring that to your attention because I do feel quite...
You're certainly aggrieved, that the law has caught up with you, finally.
No, well, I think that I would be interested in seeing what other people think about these road signs. And wouldn't it be better to have a no entry sign? Isn't that clearer? And maybe a green no entry sign to say you can't actually come in here, otherwise it'll be fine. Certainly not have road markings saying do a right turn here.
Well, at least you're not upset about it, Anna.
I'm really quite upset about it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for passing that on.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I appreciate it, Anna. And I will absolutely do that as a topic for the rest of this show. I'm thinking of finding her myself. She's driven this show up the wrong alley. Can you believe that? This entire show's taken a wrong turn. David Tex, you are right to credit the NHS with rolling out the vaccinations brilliantly, but if Boris Johnson had not funded AstraZeneca and brought up other brands when everyone was saying vaccines could be 10 years away, there would have been no vaccines for the NHS to deliver in an amazingly organised way. No. Boris Johnson did no such thing. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me, David. Boris Johnson said that the AstraZeneca vaccine was created by greed. He thought that it was all private money, private organisations acting in their own interests for a profit. Boris Johnson himself had no idea where the money came from for AstraZeneca. He didn't fund it. He didn't know where it came from. I mean, it actually came from government departments, British and American scientific institutes, the European Commission, and charities. That's where it came from. Less than 2% of the funding for AstraZeneca came from greed. Private enterprise doing it for profit, which is what Johnson thought all of it came from. Not only did he not fund it, he had got no clue about where the money came from. David. There's another cult fan. Mary says, I had a surprisingly busy day today. This involved speaking to real people who are actually in the same room as me. What? The topic was the effect of government policy on local democracy. There was very little group understanding of Labour policy. Very few people could even name more than 2 people on the shadow front bench. I found this very disturbing. Do you think the Labour COVID silence has gone on too long? Yeah, Mary, I do, yeah. I think I agree with Boris' routine that Keir Starmer has pulled, has used up all of its, what phrase would you use? Its usefulness. Not that I ever really thought that it was a particularly useful policy. Andover. Hello, Rob.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good stuff. Right. So, Keir Starmer.
Yes.
What's your feeling about Keir Starmer? Do you think he's going to be a good leader?
Going to be.
Well, he is a good leader. Well, do you think he is a good leader?
Depends what you mean by good and leader.
Well, yeah. You see, when I started voting, it was back in 1997 when Tony Blair came to power.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought Keir Starmer was going to be when he got the leadership for the Labour Party. But I've been listening to him on Wednesday on Prime Minister Questions Time, he just does not seem to be the man for the job, does he? I mean, he's a good lawyer, but is he a good politician? He's not.
Is he a good lawyer? I mean, I've got no idea. It seems hard to believe that he could actually command a courtroom.
It does a bit, doesn't it? But there's a difference between being a good lawyer, I imagine, and being a good politician. I mean, Bojo, you could never imagine him being good in court.
or anywhere.
Yeah. But could you imagine him in court? I mean, I'd imagine the judge would just say, look, you're basically telling mistruths.
The judge would put him in jail for showing up looking like that.
So he'd be straight in jail, and that would be the end of the case. But it's Prime Minister's Question Time. It's just...
it's too polite. He's too polite.
Yeah.
He's too reserved. He's just not the person to take chunks out of the comedy clown act that we got running this show. It's like I keep saying, it's difficult to be noticed when you're on stage with Ken Dodd, which is what we've got at the moment. We've got Ken Dodd. We've got an inflatable. I came up with this last week, and it's precisely him. It's the waving armed inflatable tube, or whatever you call those things. Right.
Yeah. That's exactly what we got at Bojo. But unfortunately, that wavy armed person attracts a lot of northern
attention.
Yeah, from the northern Red Wall. And that's the other thing. I mean, the whole northern wall, the northern red wall, and the southern blue wall, all that sort of thing. I mean, is Keir Starmer ever going to break through the red wall? He's not, is he? But
I think the thing with politicians is people make their minds up about them really quickly, and then it's the same with just people in general. We put somebody in a pigeonhole, instantly we see them, and then it's very difficult for them to extricate themselves from that pigeonhole. And I think that people have already seen him. We've seen plenty enough of Keir Starmer. We've heard him, and I think the nation's reaction is meh.
Yeah. I don't even know why I'm phoning you about Keir Starmer, because no one really mentions him, do they really? I mean, when it was Tony Blair in 1997, the whole country was like, he offers a bit of optimism. And,
right.
And as I was as a 20-year-old there was Oasis, and there was Tony Blair, and there was all this Britpop thing going on, and I thought, yes, that's where I am exactly. You know, we got hope for the nation, and that's what I saw in Keir Starmer initially. I thought, yes, he's the new Tony Blair.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he's another one of those, like a centrist politician who's got good hair.
Yeah, he has got very good hair. I mean, his hair is impeccable. I mean, it never moves, does it?
I know. I don't know what he uses on his hair to make it look like that, but it must be it must be like super glue or something.
Brill cream. I used to use Brill cream in the 90s. And I think that's what he's still using.
gives you the Brill cream bounce. I mean, the stuff that he puts in his hair. Even Donald Trump thinks it's too much.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
And when Donald Trump thinks you've got too much product in your hair, then you know something's amiss.
Exactly. I mean, what he needs to do, I think, personally, Keir needs to come down and say, look, Brexit isn't working. I know the population voted for Brexit, but Brexit...
Well, okay, first of all, the population didn't vote for Brexit. No. It was a minority view who were swayed in their opinion by an edifice of lies that you couldn't climb up with a ladder.
Yeah, well, I'm on the James O'Brien side of Brexit. But what I'm saying is that 52% voted in the referendum for Brexit, but they did not necessarily vote for Bojo's Brexit.
Well, I beg to differ on that, because I must have been told 100 times
they knew what they were voting for.
They knew what they were voting for.
Okay.
Where they absolutely didn't.
Well, did they know they were voting for 90% of food products to the EU to be to the food products to the EU have been reduced by 90% in the last 4 months? I mean,
well, you know the answer to that.
Well, according to them, they did. Yeah. Well, according to them, they did know that. That's what they're going for.
Well, they can flail around furiously to try to impress upon people that they had full knowledge of what it was they were voting for, but obviously they didn't, unless they were deliberately voting for themselves to become poorer.
Well, I think, that's what they were voting for. They say it themselves. We were voting for the pound to go down. We were voting for...
Sure they were.
Oh, my God. It was so much easier in 1997.
Yeah, well, I'll see you at the time machine. I've got a DeLorean out the back. I'll see you in the car park. Thanks a lot, Rob. Tim says, surely if we had a majority of independents as our government, they would never be able to come to a consensus, unless, of course, there was an independence party formed, and then they would no longer be independent. Well, that is a good point, though, Tim. Irina tweets, the word you want about the Johnson balloon is blimp. Well, that's just offensive. Dom text, language is politically charged. See woke. Oh, God. If I hear that word one more time, don't test me. Jim says, whenever Bodger refers to his road map, I get an image of him lying on the floor with a box of coloured crayons and a large sheet of paper with some numbered dots on it. Wait a minute. What's your name? Judy. Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
I shouldn't listen to your programme because my blood pressure just is going up.
No.
This G7 thing and the nice lady that phoned from Cornwall.
Yes. She wasn't actually in Cornwall. I think she was in Streatham.
Well, she phoned about Cornwall.
She did.
Can I just remind Boris that at vast expense we have the Queen Elizabeth Conference Centre, which is right next door to the House of Commons.
Yes.
It was built precisely for having conferences in. The clue is in the name of the building.
Right.
Why did they go to Cornwall?
I imagine that, Bodger Johnson's dad may be right, that the reason...
No.
The reason he chose it was because that's where he used to go on holiday as a child. Also, they wanted some nice shots in the background. But holy macaroni, when other people think of Britain, they don't think of it just some random beach, which could be anywhere. It doesn't make no difference that they were in Cornwall. They could have been in the Isle of Wight or in Mustique. It makes no difference.
What were they doing on the beach in a crowd that is far more than the crowd is supposed to be on a beach in the middle of a pandemic?
Because they're VIPs and the virus knows not to infect VIPs.
I'm sorry I'm shouting at you. It's not your personal fault. When we were in real proper closed lockdown, I'd like you to do some research, even though you don't do research.
I most certainly will not.
Was the bar and the restaurant in the Commons still open?
Now, I do recall it being open, yes.
Why?
Because this is what they're like sober. Can you imagine what they'd be like on, fully refreshed?
Well, you said you went there once and you couldn't believe what went on.
Oh, the drunkenness was... It was like a student union disco. I mean, they were absolutely reeling around drunk.
And you were and I were paying for it because it's subsidised.
It is, yeah.
I'm so... You won't remember because you don't remember even your own shows. But
what?
I, myself and my husband went into lockdown early last year, March.
Yeah.
We're still virtually in lockdown. And that was due to my adult children putting us into lockdown. And you said at the time, what a shame for the future that my children don't run this country. And we are now nearly a year and a half later. And I think you were right.
They still keep making the... And I hesitate...
Mistake.
Well, I hesitate to use the word mistake because it doesn't seem to be a mistake. It seems to be the plan. How can anybody, any sentient being, make the same mistake over and over again?
Because in the end, they will come out of it okay.
Right, so it's not a mistake.
I don't know what it is. It's sheer bloody-minded incompetence.
Yeah, there it is.
If we come out of this... It'll be in spite of the government,
correct,
not because of the government.
That's right. You know what? Boris Johnson was referring to the result of the by-election, and said that, as far as the Conservative Party, how they did, he said that it was disappointing and peculiar. And I thought, yeah, that's you to a T. Disappointing and peculiar. Gotta go, Judy, but chin up. It might never have. Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Phil tweets, if you had the opportunity to award yourselves £100 million contracts without any due process, would you want to end the emergency? Absolutely not, Phil. No. Spot blooming on. What you can get away with under the guise of an emergency seems to be absolutely limitless, up to and including making it illegal to protest about the government. Even as one person, you're not allowed to raise your voice in protest. Wow, we actually have the thought police now. Joanne says, so what did IDS say? And Sheila says, are you going to tell us what Ian Duncan Smith said, as we've been listening patiently? I'm sorry, I forgot. I am very bad at my job.
Correct.
I'll have to tell you tomorrow. You wouldn't believe what he said. My jaw dropped open. I thought there's absolutely no way anybody could say anything that stupid. But he did. I'll have to tell you tomorrow. Because, I've got all these people, they keep calling me. How do they get my number? Islington. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Jack.
Hello.
Yes, Jack.
Can you hear me?
Well, it sounds like you.
Well, that's me then.
Yeah, well, it was. It was him. So brief. And, unfortunately, time's up.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Better luck next time. Let's try Kensington. Idris.
Oh, I'm so lucky. Mr. Nick, thank you very much for accepting my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank
Number
you.
one.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I love you, Nick. I love you. But let me tell you before I say my point. I am so upset. Tell me why.
Obsessed with?
Upset.
Oh, upset.
Yes.
Why?
Sorry, I'm Moroccan. My accent. Sorry.
Right.
Okay. Tell me why I am upset.
0-0. Wow, that was the longest pause ever. Felt like I fell into a well there. I think he's gone. Well, he was on a mobile phone and it was a bit crackly. Maybe he's upset because he bought the wrong phone. He bought a phone thinking, well, you know what, I understand that it does all of these things, all of these exciting things. It can tell you where the International Space Station is in the sky. It can tell you what the weather's going to be like in 2 weeks' time. It can tell you what the logarithm of 6 is. I don't even know if that's a thing. And it can translate from Russian into English and back. It can do all of those things. But can it make a phone call? No. That's why he's upset. When are they going to fix that? I mean, seriously, how long does it take to make mobile phones actually work as phones? Let's have Teignmouth. David.
Yeah, David, yes. About the election, if I was voting tomorrow, I'd still vote Conservative because I believe that the by-election was mainly, if not wholly, about pushing the train route. And that is a very interesting future argument for you now, because with the train services being reduced and people working from home, do we need this high-speed train going through? Does it not need a
we never needed it. We never, ever needed it.
Even the people that believe in it must have further doubts about the thing. And about the competence of the government, I don't think anybody's got a grip on it anywhere in the world.
Yes, they do.
I've got relatives that live in Germany, I've got relatives that live in France, and it's a complete bloody shambles over there. And these
by shambles, do you mean they have more deaths? Because that's not true. Do you mean that their economy has suffered more greatly? Because that's not true either. You know, Vietnam has half as many people again as exist in the UK. And last time I counted, they had 40 deaths. 40.
Yeah.
40.
Yeah, but they
don't butt me. 40. 90 million people they've got in Vietnam. And they're squashed together more tightly than we are in this country. And they've had 40 deaths. Don't tell me that no other government has had a handle on this. What are you talking about, man? You mean you haven't looked it up, is what you mean. Uxbridge, Patricia.
Oh, Nick, hello. Hi.
Patricia.
Nick, listen, I've got to ring in support of Anna. I've got to drive the show back up that cul-de-sac because Ealing Council needs to be named and shamed. They are just applying laws of entrapment on their roads with this traffic scheme. I got caught. It's so obscure. They just don't put a no entry sign because they know that enough people aren't familiar with the signage that they're going to go through. And I got 3 fines of £130 over a 2-week period. Guilty, but you don't find out you're guilty until about a month later.
Yeah, I think you'll find, Patricia, that it's not entrapment, it's the law. That's like saying, oh, well, I didn't realise that you couldn't go into Woolies and nick stuff from the pick and mix. They entrapped me. No, they didn't. You just didn't know what the law is, Patricia. You're a very bad person.
Elsewhere, you'll find that it is very, very clearly signed. Mm-hmm. No access, no entry.
Right.
I went back to take photographs in support of my appeal,
what a picture,
which got
what a
nowhere.
photograph. Yeah.
And I saw so many people, so many cars hesitate. They just don't know.
Yeah.
It's entrapment. It's awful.
It's not entrapment. Ignorance of the law is no defence. You're going to jail. You're going straight to jail. You will not pass go, Patricia.
Do you know Ealing Council, they got about £1 million over a course of 3 months or something from their fine?
With people that don't read signs. Anyway, I've got to go. Hey, kids.
Stop whining.
About your traffic fines. Mike says, I would suggest that Anna appeals to Hounslow Council for the Green Dragon Lane incident, as Brentford isn't in Ealing. If she appeals to the correct council, she might have more success. All right. Well, that may be an issue. Jackie texts, does Keir have Botox? His face is expressionless and hardly moves. Yeah, well, neither does his hair. Maybe he slathers his face with the same stuff he puts on his hair. Super glue. He points at his barnet, but he misses. Maybe that's it. Well, leave that, and I'll ponder it at length, at my leisure. Okay, first email. Says, from Wendy, says, John Bercow joined the Labour Party. I can't believe it. It's not like he was Labour all along anyway, from his performances as Speaker. And then there's an exclamation mark, as though that's proof. He wasn't Labour all along, he was Conservative all along. Just because he held the government to account, which was his job, does not mean to say he's a traitor, any more than High Court judges are traitors for upholding the law. Wendy! Exclamation mark. So here's the story. The former Tory MP and Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, has announced that he has switched his political allegiance to the Labour Party. You remember the Labour Party, don't you?
No.
They used to be a thing. Bercow says that he regards today's Conservative Party as reactionary, populist, nationalistic and sometimes even xenophobic. 4 out of 4. Bercow stepped down as Speaker in 2019 after 10 whole years, says he's joined the Labour Party a few weeks ago because he now shares its values and sees it as the only means to removing the current Tory government from office. Well, only if they get together with all of the other left-leaning parties. Because otherwise it's the left, as usual, forming a circular shooting squad and killing each other. And then the Conservative Party just steps over their prone form and becomes a majority leading from a minority. Does that make sense? A little bit. Bercow said, I am motivated by support for equality, social justice and internationalism. That is the Labour brand, he says. Okay. Is it? He said, the conclusion I have what did you say? He said, the conclusion I have reached is that the government needs to be replaced. The reality is that the Labour Party is the only vehicle that can achieve that objective. There is no other credible option, he said. Burko says that despite Johnson's professed commitment to levelling up, I mean, does anybody actually buy that?
No.
Levelling up, that's what he's going to do. Sure. He says Boris has absolutely no interest in those less privileged than himself. If you had to lay money on one or the other being true, that Boris Johnson was absolutely determined to level up and to play oh God, my brain's faded already, and it's only 5-6 minutes into the show.
Oh no.
If you had to lay a bet one way or the other, Boris Johnson was interested in the little people, not leprechauns, or had absolutely no interest in the little people, which would you bet? If you had to bet every penny you had on you right now. Exactly. People who are deep in the cult need not answer. I know what your answer is. Burko says that despite Johnson's professed commitment to levelling up, Johnson has no interest at all in those less privileged than himself. He also describes as utterly shameful the decision to cut international aid. He says he's a successful campaigner but a lousy governor. I mean, are there any faults in any of this so far? Burko says, I don't think he has any vision of a more equitable society, any thirst for social mobility, or any passion to better the lot of people less fortunate than he is. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think increasingly people are sick of lies, sick of empty slogans, sick of a failure to deliver. Any complaints so far? The Tories' unexpected loss of Chesham and Amersham. I don't know if it was that unexpected. We can get into it if you like. That seat where the you remember the Liberal Democrats, surely?
No.
Yeah, they used to be a thing too. The Liberal Democrats overturned the majority of 16,000 and raised serious questions among Tory MPs and activists over whether Johnson can appeal to both working class voters behind the, quotes, red wall and those in more prosperous southern shires. And I have multiple theories. Referring to the by-election shock, Burko said that he believed many traditional Tories were dismayed by the Johnson government failure to match actions with words, and cited the recent decisions to limit education catch-up funding and to cut the international aid budget as examples of where his priorities lay. Well, if you leave the international aid budget out, because there is, people just don't like... let's be real about it. People don't like foreigners. It's a survival mechanism. Not just human beings, but all animals, probably plants as well. We don't instinctively like those who don't walk, talk and squawk exactly like us. So leave the international aid part out. How about levelling up the educational attainment of children? Fishy Sunak actually said that, I haven't got money for everything, you know. People came to him, with their hands out. Please, sir, can we have some more? Some more education, please, sir. And he said, I can't afford everything, you know. If schools were run by Serco, he'd have the money. Burko said he believed many traditional Tories were dismayed by the Johnson government's failure to match action with words. He said, I think what the by-election result tells us is there is very considerable distrust on the part of voters in the south of England of this government. I don't accept the thesis that this was an anti-HS2 vote. I don't really either. I mean, people have been against, right-thinking people all over the country have been against this silly HS2 thing since the moment it was, since the moment the idea was brought up. Of course we don't blooming need it. We didn't need it before COVID, and we absolutely, totally, and certainly don't need it now. Now that people have discovered, the phone to take business meetings, or video calls, Zoom, and all that stuff. I mean, they're not building that railway at a cost of, I think it's probably going to be the most expensive railway in the world when they've actually finished it. It might already be that. We seem utterly incapable of building anything for less than £100 billion. But they didn't build it for tourists, did they? There's no great desire to get from Birmingham to London or vice versa from tourism, so it's for business people. So they could have business meetings. But why would you do that when you can just pick up the bloomin' phone? So we didn't need it before COVID, and we absolutely, totally, and certainly don't need it now. I mean, have you been on a train or a bus lately? There ain't nobody on them. The only person on a train these days is the person that's in the cab driving it. Hundreds of billions of pounds just chucked away. I've got theories about that too. Oh, so much to pack in. He says, I don't accept the thesis this was an anti-HS2 vote. I think that it's very convenient for the government to think that, but it suffers from the disadvantage of being wrong. I love this guy. Suffers from the disadvantage of being wrong. Excellent work, John Burko. He says, I think people in very large numbers are disappointed. Then they're not angry. Well, they are angry, but they're also disappointed. He says, in some cases, disgusted. Disgusting. By this government and what it's done. He reserved some of his most savage criticisms for the way the current government treats Parliament, suggesting that he believes it constantly hides the truth from MPs. Liar! Exactly. Well, there's that video that's going around Twitter. He's got up to about, 23 million views now? I keep tweeting it every day. Every day it comes into my Twitter feed, and I think, yeah, all right, then I'll tweet that. If people haven't seen it, you should watch it immediately, if not straight away. It's lies after lie after lie after lie after lie. He says, I regard the government's treatment of Parliament as a disgrace. I believe the truth matters, says John Burko. Well, we used to believe that too, until we all got sucked into a culture war. And now it's like two religions battling it out, where we've all joined a blooming cult in this country. Or half of us, 46% of us have, anyway. He says there is a growing, extensive and incontrovertible evidence. There is growing, extensive and incontrovertible evidence that the government is disrespecting Parliament, telling untruths to Parliament. Liar! And bypassing Parliament. That is wrong, he said. Some people may not immediately think it matters, but it does. It's a slow burn issue. Yeah, it's like when a government restricts the people's ability to protest against it. Or it restricts your ability to walk about the place without being surveilled by CCTV 24 hours a day. And people will immediately think, oh, well, if you haven't done nothing wrong, then you're perfectly all right then, aren't you? But the problem with that is that what constitutes wrong tends to change from year to year. Asked if he believed that Labour would, under Keir Starmer, oust the Tories, Burko was unsure. He said, yeah. I am, however, hopeful, he says, because I observed Starmer at close quarters from the Speaker's chair. He may not be Bill Clinton or Barack Obama, but he is decent, honourable, intelligent, and he came into politics as a public service. Yeah, there's a big difference there, I think. I think that that's probably true. I think that Keir Starmer, he didn't come because he wanted to be a political rock star, did he? He's not that kind of person at all, Keir Starmer. He's a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Boring. Yeah, that's it. He's a little bit boring. Maybe we need boring. I mean, they got boring in America after that kaleidoscopic clown show they had for a little while there.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
And then we got Sleepy Joe, who's turning out to be one of the most transformative presidents in the history of America. So they got there boring, and it turned out not to be that boring at all. Just a little bit, just like a tremendous relief all round. That you didn't wake up in the morning and look at Twitter and think... I still don't miss you, Donny. Still not missing you. He says he may not be Bill Clinton or Barack Obama, Keir Starmer, but he's decent, honourable and intelligent and came into politics as a public service. I believe that Keir Starmer is motivated by an earnest and consuming desire to better the lot of the vast majority of the people in this country who do not enjoy the privileges that he does. Yeah, and could you honestly say that of Boris Johnson? That he has an earnest and consuming desire for anything, let alone to better the lot of the vast majority of the people in this country who do not enjoy the privileges that he does? Honestly, even you cult fans out there, could you say that of the Bodge? I rest my face. Oh 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC.
Running a small business involves rapidly responding to change. Technology evolves, trends come and go. In these uncertain times, it's vital to maintain momentum. Keep pushing forward. Close Brothers can help you do just that, by taking time to get to know your business, by offering fast, firm lending decisions from experienced industry specialists, by helping your business not just survive, but thrive. Find out what we could do for your business at closebrothers.com.
Bake Off, The Professionals is back. Teams of the best pastry chefs are battling to see who will rise to the top.
Here we go.
This is what I call a showpiece. The pressure is on and reputations are on the line. If the showstopper doesn't work, it's even more intense.
Don't touch the table.
It is falling, it is falling.
Oh!
Clean up on aisle 3, clean up on aisle 3.
Bake Off, The Professionals. Tuesdays at 8 p.m. on Channel 4 and All 4.
You've done adventure on your doorstep. Now explore beyond and let the Jeep Renegade plug-in hybrid take you there. A trail-rated 4x4 that lives off the beaten track with up to 135 miles per gallon in hybrid mode, 0 CO2 emissions in electric mode, and 3 years complimentary servicing. Life without boundaries in a car without limits. Now that's adventure. Jeep Renegade 4xe plug-in hybrid. Visit jeep.co.uk to see latest offers. WLTP figures for comparability purposes only. Actual values may vary. Complimentary servicing subject to T's and C's.
This year we learned technology can replace many things, but we also learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. We can never replace together. Fly KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines, from London Heathrow or London City Airport.
Right, Daisy, couple of Thursday drinks. No big deal. Hello, what's this? Oh, it's just a vodka blood orange spritz, made with exceptionally smooth Smirnoff vodka and topped with deliciously refreshing Fever Tree blood orange soda over ice and...
All right, darling, you had me at spritz.
The vodka spritz. Fortunately, it's as simple as Smirnoff and a Fever Tree soda. Spritz up. Available online and in-store. Please drink responsibly.
It's Zing Flowers' birthday, but we're gifting you. Use code BIRTHDAY to save £5 off any bouquet at zingflowers.com. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Are you trying to be funny? Because I'm all out of laughs.
Everybody's all out of laughs. There are no more laughs. Lynn emails, have you not worked it out yet? The only reason the G7 was in Cornwall was that Boris and family could have a holiday. Well, his dad wrote in a paper that the reason that they went to the G7, the G7 went to Cornwall, was that was where Boris used to take his holidays as a child. I wouldn't be remotely surprised if that was true. I mean, that's his dad said that. It was a stupid idea. I mean, Cornwall is, I would expect, on the verge of a major virus outbreak. Would anybody bet against it? That's because all of these people went through London to go to Cornwall. And I know they went through London because I was barged off the road by one of their motorcades coming here last weekend. Motorcycle outriders came around the corner, stopped me dead in my tracks, pushed me over to the other side of the road, and this giant cavalcade of cars with blue lights flashing came up and disgorged into a hotel just around the corner here. I do believe one of them was Ursula von der Leyen. So they came through London, went to Cornwall, and then came from Cornwall back to London, and then out to wherever it is that they went. How ridiculous was that? I mean, if you're trying to impress upon the world that Britain is open for business, then showing them some random beach that could be absolutely anywhere isn't going to do it. You want to show them in front of the wheel or Big Ben or something like that, something that people abroad recognise. Derek texts, in all interviews, Matt Hancock must be asked how much longer he'll be health secretary if Boris thinks he's hopeless. Well, Boris Johnson said apparently that Matt Hancock was a bleeping hopeless, which is, I don't know, it's just about right.
Correct.
Yeah, that's about right. And then he said he had complete confidence in him. Well, so he has complete confidence in somebody he thinks is bleeping hopeless, which means that we should not have any confidence in the man who has confidence in somebody who he thinks is bleeping hopeless. Of course, Matt Hancock, when he's asked about that, he'll say something like, "Oh, I don't understand. I don't recognise those figures." Robert emails, Boris was really clever, you know. Now that John Bercow isn't in the House of Lords, he is free to stand for Parliament again, this time for the Labour Party. Boris was really clever. I should have stopped there. Skipton. Hello, Robert. Hello, Robert. One moment, please. Yes, Robert.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can now.
All right. I'm just saying, good evening. Enjoy the show.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, I think the reason that our former speaker has decided to throw in his lot with Labour is probably his best bet, and maybe even a promise of a lordship at some point in the future.
Yeah, that's a bit of a lame argument, really.
No, it's not.
Well, it is.
No,
He specifically said that that's not true.
Well, of course he has. I mean, if there's anybody who's into self-aggrandisement, it's John Bercow.
It's Boris Johnson and all of the cavalcade of clowns that are around him. You don't have to meet him. I don't have to meet him any more than I've got to meet any more than I have to meet Jacob Rees-Mogg to know what they're like.
Well, unfortunately, I have, and I know exactly what I'm talking about, I'm afraid.
Right, well, I bet he has positive things to say about you too, Robert. Really, that's the only reason that he has said negative things about your cult favourite, the dear leader, is because he's angling for a seat in the House of Lords. I mean, this is desperate stuff, people. Just address all of the things that he's said and tell me that they're not true. But no, we want to dismiss it because we're engaged in a culture war. You forgot to tell me about statues, Robert. Maybe he took down a picture of the Queen. John tweets, has Bercow committed political suicide? Surely he too can see the Labour Party is already halfway down the slippery slope to oblivion. And I like the man, says John. Well, I think the death of the Labour Party is, or the reports of it are somewhat premature. I mean, they weren't going to win in Amersham. Of course they weren't. It's not their patch. Twee suburbia is not Labour's heartland, is it? That's inner cities and areas of traditional deprivation is where Labour used to predominate. Before we became, obsessed with blooming Brexit and statues and portraits of the Queen and trying to whitewash the history of this country so that, slavery never happened. You wouldn't expect the Labour Party to do well, but you probably would expect the Liberal Democrats to do well because that's their sort of area. I think people voted for not the Conservative Party. No, they weren't going to vote Labour because that's not who they are in Amersham. Shirley says, I think Bercow would make a wonderful leader of the Labour Party, far better than the current bore we have at the helm. Well, there is something to say for boring. I mean, Biden is boring. A little bit. I mean, you thought unless you have read some of the things that he's actually proposing and is doing, then they seem pretty radical. But before he became president, you thought, wow, it's a bit dull, isn't he? I mean, we're used to this, this clown show. Can't we have somebody entertaining? I mean, he's the absolute opposite of you-know-who.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned. So I think, there's a place for boring. But boring is what it used to be like in politics. Remember? Before the arm-waving inflatable tubes took over. Kath, and as for Bercow being the leader of the Labour Party, no, we need somebody a little more. I mean, I love the way his way with the English language. It's great. I mean, that phrase there. Let's see if I can pull it out. Where is it? Oh, yeah, right. I think that it is very convenient for the government, this blaming it on HS2, but it suffers from the disadvantage of being wrong. Suffers from the disadvantage. That's great. I mean, that is verbal gymnastics, that is. But that's not really the kind of person that you would expect to run the Labour Party. He's a little bit highfalutin. I mean, I know that Tony Blair wasn't a gore-blimey, dirty fingernail type, but somebody a little more salt of the earth, just a little, would be good. On that subject, Kath says, I wonder if Rory Stewart will be next to join the Labour Party. In other news, I planted 20 flower plants today. I don't know if the two are related, says Kath. I don't really get the reference, but I expect not. And I also expect that Rory Stewart will not be next to join the Labour Party, and if he was, again, a little bit too, highfalutin. Can we have a little less Eton running the country, please? They don't seem to be doing a very good job.
Affirmative.
Maybe being handed everything on a plate at a very young age isn't good preparation for, running the country, or having any sort of empathy for those who have not also been handed everything on a plate. Thinking about nobody in particular.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, that guy, especially. I don't know anything. Roger texts, Nick, now that the government has got a kicking at Amersham, do we think that the Lib Dems are capable of sorting themselves out and potentially being shoehorned into number 10 at the next general election?
No.
Well, anything's possible, but I doubt it. But I suspect that it is possible to get a coalition into number 10 at the next general election. If they all come together as a team, left-leaning parties, then it just might work out. That the majority of the people in this country might have their voices heard rather than a minority putting a government into power with absolute, complete and total control on a minority vote, which doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, who are they actually running the country on behalf of? It's not even the minority of the people that voted them there, is it? I mean... The poor people of the North, how's it going for you so far? For instance. Linda says, 100% ecstatic. John Bercow is saying it as it damn well is, says Linda. I was a little bit rude there, Linda, but borderline language there. Please clean it up a little bit. And Darryl says, I think it's great that the government wants to level up the country because then in winter no places will get flooded. Well, actually, in winter, everywhere will get flooded. If they level everything up, we'll all get flooded under the deluge, which I think is winter now. Blooming freezing outside. And I was thinking, oh, that's it. It's over. This summer is rubbish. And then I remembered that, it's around about now that Glastonbury would ordinarily have occurred. And you know what the weather's like at Glastonbury? Pretty much always, year after year after year. It's freezing blooming cold. cold, and pouring down with rain. So it's actually not a surprise at all. I mean, who are they actually running the country on behalf of? It's not even the minority of the people that voted them there. I mean, who are they actually running the country on behalf of? It's actually not a surprise at all. If that glorious weather had continued, that would have been a surprise. It's weird, isn't it? Every year, summer is often rubbish, and it comes as a shock every single year. We got the memory of goldfish. Oh 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC. It's 10:30, the news headlines with Zora Solomon.
Government plans mean people in England who have had both COVID jabs may not have to self-isolate when they come into contact with a positive case. A trial is taking place where people just need to take a daily COVID test. If it's successful, it'll be rolled out. Former Conservative MP and Commons Speaker John Bercow has joined the Labour Party. He stepped down as Speaker in 2019 and he called his former party reactionary and even xenophobic. And it's understood the role of head girl at one of Britain's leading girls' schools will be renamed because it's seen as too binary. The Telegraph reports St Paul's Girls' School in Hammersmith, which charges pupils around £26,000 a year, is to rename the position head of school after pupils asked for it to be given a more inclusive title. LBC weather: heavy rain in places likely to spread to parts of central and southern England and even Wales. Thunder possible across the southeast of England. Showers easing for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Lows of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
Stay on stamp duty holiday with Galliard Homes and save up to £15,000. We've extended the stamp duty holiday on homes right across the capital until January the 1st, 2022. London apartments from just £200,000 that qualify for a Help to Buy mortgage with just a 5% deposit. All come fully furnished free of charge with ground rent and service charge paid for 1 year. Book to view virtually or by appointment by calling 0203 770 6300. That's 0203 770 6300 or visit galliardhomes.com. That's galliardhomes.com. Stamp duty holiday applies on the first £500,000 of any new purchase. Help to Buy applies on units up to £600,000.
How does it feel when you stop smoking?
Brilliant, I've finally quit.
It feels good.
I was so proud of myself.
I can keep up with my kids now.
I feel a lot richer. I just feel fitter and healthier.
I feel like I've got my life back.
It's an amazing feeling when you stop smoking. Experience it for yourself with help from Smoke Free. Our range of free support can help you quit for good, from our app to emails, face-to-face and online communities. Search Smoke Free, because there's only one you.
When your kids are ill, you just want to help them feel better. But you don't always need antibiotics. Get advice from your local pharmacy or search NHS Choices.
Lou's having the best UK holiday thanks to P&O Cruises. No jams on the 303 or crowded beaches, because while all Britain is trying to book a holiday home, she's on Britannia, enjoying everything she's missed and more. The spa, fine dining, cocktails from Ollie Smith and live shows all in one break. Meanwhile, back on land, the seagulls are nicking everyone's chips. Oi! Make your summer holiday a British break at sea with 3 nights from $249 with £100 per cabin to spend on board. Find out more at POCruises.com. P&O Cruises. Holidays as varied as you. Subject to availability based on early saver B116R PF grade. Conditions apply.
Galliard stamp duty holiday until the 1st of January 2022. GalliardHomes.com. Applies on the first £500,000 of any new purchase.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What number are you calling from?
Thanks for asking. It's 0345 6060 973. Tony texts, I bet HS2 will cost the same as the Track and Trace app when it's all said and done. It's already cost way more than that, Tony. I mean, the Track and Trace, the testing app, that's up to, what, 32 billion, isn't it, Bodge?
Contact tracing, tracing.
You're never going to get it. Meanwhile, HS2 is, I think, up to 100 billion so far, isn't it? Isn't it 100 billion pounds? Some staggering amount like that. That's an amount that's so large I don't even know what it is. How many zeros on 100 billion pounds? I think all of them. All of them. All of the zeros. Meanwhile, Sam says, I work for the railways as a train driver. HS2 is built because existing lines are at capacity. If we want to transport more people, it's easy to do via rail, especially for government eco-targets. The UK must free up more capacity on existing lines. Well, a few things there, Sam. First off... Warning! You're about to get replaced by a robot.
Affirmative.
HS2 is built because existing lines are at capacity. Well, they were for the old way of life, but we've walked into a new era now. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's nobody on the trains anymore. There's nobody on the trains, and there's nobody on the buses, and there's barely anybody on the roads anymore. It's because people ain't travelling no more. HS2 is for business persons. It's not for tourists. Business people go from Birmingham to London, and London to Birmingham in order to have business meetings with other business people. But since COVID's come along, business people have realised that it's actually much more efficient to have a business meeting on Zoom or some other similar app. Because if you have an hour-long meeting at your place in Birmingham with a prospective client in London, then if you do it on Zoom, it'll take you an hour. A 60-minute meeting takes 60 minutes on Zoom. But if you go from Birmingham to London to have that 60-minute meeting, it'll take you all day. It makes no sense. But people used to do it because they thought, you've got to be in the room, and it's very, very important to make eye contact and shake hands and, all that guff that nobody wants to do anymore, for fear of catching a major disease. So the whole point that the HS2 is predicated on an argument that doesn't exist anymore. And as for government eco-targets, we're just signed a huge and tremendous, tiny, insignificant trade deal with Australia. We want to import sweets from the other side of the world. Does that sound eco to you?
No.
Southampton, hello, Simon.
I never even heard of a Tim Tam. What is that?
A tin can?
No, a Tim Tam. Apparently it's one of our favourites. What we get from Australia. Tim Tam biscuits.
Never heard of it.
No, nor have I. Good evening, Nick. I've got a couple of things for you. I'm a taxi driver, as you possibly know. I had a couple of young couple in the car last night who were going home, and they went back to their parents' farm. There's a lot of, where I live, there's a lot of big posh houses and land and a lot of old money.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was the parents' farm they were going back to, and we got onto the subject of politics, and I had to be a bit careful because I was in my professional capacity, but they were Tory, and
right.
We got onto the subject of different bits and pieces, and it was like listening to LBC, because the two things that they sort of clung to was, one, if Jeremy Corbyn got into power, we'd have had a disastrous reaction to the virus.
Not like the success that we've had, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Where?
Yeah, he's been a tremendous success.
Yeah, I pointed that out to them, but it didn't wash. And the other thing that was we got onto universal basic income, but it didn't matter which angle I threw at them, and all the positives, they could not get past. No, because people will just take the money and they won't bother doing anything anymore. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Some will create businesses. Some will do X, Y, and Z. But yeah, your point is right. That was the only concern they had, that people would tell this is what you're up against. This mindset is so stagnant and so immovable. And so if you are that way inclined, I just don't know what will get through, because it's like so Tories are always looking for solutions that are at the expense of others, right? Well, if you're a Tory, there's always going to be a victim somewhere. Whereas if you're anything on the left, then it's more inclusive, right? Everybody wants to come along for the ride. Yeah, rich people, poor people, we're all coming along for the same ride, right? Not Tories. There's always got to be.
Well, I don't know about. I think that you make the difference is not Tory and Labour. It's people who are on the right and those who aren't. People who have empathy and those who think that because people aren't as lucky as they are, then it's somehow their fault.
Yeah. All right, let's rephrase it then. So on the right is always got to be at someone's expense. And on the left is for everybody. Now, I don't know about you. Well, I'm sure I do know, about your opinion on this, but I know which side of that I'd rather be on, because I'm not as selfish, inconsiderate. I've got to stop because I'm going to say something.
Let me ask you a question about your work, Simon. Have you got one of those switches in the back of your cab that turns off the volume from the driver?
Only because I put it in. Yeah, I put an intercom in my own vehicle.
Right.
So yeah, I've got all that. And the thing is if it's particularly bad, that stuff that I don't want to hear, then because I've got a partition, which again I put in myself.
Right.
I'm clever boy.
You can turn them off, and vice versa.
Yeah, but the thing is, if they need to get my attention, then I was sort of thinking, what am I going to do about this? Because it's all very well me having the control of this, but if they want to get my attention, so I put a wireless doorbell in the back. So I say to them now, right, I've got a bit of interference on the intercoms. I'm going to switch it off.
Yeah.
If you want to get my attention, press the doorbell.
Yeah, give us a bell. All right, good work. Edward texts, I'm not a fan of Keir Starmer, but I will talk him up if he puts me in the House of Lords. I'm not a fan of Keir Starmer, but I will talk him up if he puts me in the House of Lords. All that daily allowance to buy me a life of happiness. It has to be Andy Burnham for Labour leader for me, says Edward. So we've sort of latched onto this idea that all John Bercow wants is to a vapour lock onto anybody that could get him into the House of Lords and big them up until he gets his way. What an absolutely ludicrous thing to think. This says, Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, blah, 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 hey, Ricky. Blah, blah, blah. My lips aren't keeping up with my brain. Bercow was the first speaker not to be sent to the Lords in over 200 years. If Bodger had used his brain cell, he would have sent Bercow to the Lords as a crossbencher, and no one would have heard of him again. Johnson is the idiot's thinking man. Actually... yes, I mean, that was a point that I was going to come to later. I'll flesh that out a little bit later, when we get there. That's forthcoming attractions. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it exciting?
No.
Thank you. Let's have a call in Christchurch. Phil.
Hello. The political parties
oh, God, not you again.
Represent different people these days.
Yeah, well done. Yeah.
Well, there's no change with the Liberal Democrats. They basically pretend we're all things to all people, aren't they, basically? So no change there. But the Conservatives now represent the working class.
In what way?
Well, Johnson helps the working class. He's helped people with the furlough and all that.
In what way?
And well, during the pandemic, he paid 80% of people's wages and all that.
Right. Do you think that's helping? He did that to help the working class rather than to keep the country ticking over?
Well, if we'd had Corbyn in, he'd have bankrupted the country and he wouldn't have been able to deal with a virus pandemic in the first place, would he?
Well, what makes you think that, though, Phil?
Well,
I mean, how is this not bankrupted the country already?
If he had such a huge spending list, he would have just squandered all the money, wouldn't he?
Squandered all the money? But you think he would have spent $32 billion on a test and trace system that doesn't work? You'd think he would have given £108 million contracts, hand over fist, to companies that didn't exist the previous week and only have a telephone to call their own, but a hotline to Matt Hancock's personal phone. Is that what you think?
In the political parties, so there's more clarity.
I turned you down there because you were just yelling at me. I missed everything that you just said. Never mind.
we should call the Conservatives the working class and the Labour the shirking class.
Right, okay, this is another guy with material. Are you out yet?
Yeah.
Yes. Mark him down. Put a big exclamation mark next to that guy's name. Not again. Gary says, in the era of celebrity politics, Burko is not the best possible chap to fight Bodger at the dispatch box. He can just shout order at him every Wednesday, and I bet you people will vote for him. Burko for president. Yeah, I don't think he's the best possible person to fight Bodger at the dispatch box either. It has to be somebody who can cut through a bit more. I mean, maybe Keir Starmer can do it, but he hasn't shown evidence of that so far. I mean, he may be able to poke the bodge with, rapier-like questions, but it doesn't really work, does it? You've got to cut through. I think you need somebody a bit more salt of the earth. Somebody who is the opposite of all of that, all of that. That thin act that Bodger's got. You need somebody to be able to prick it. And I'm not sure somebody as polite as Keir Starmer is it. I think you need less a rapier and more a mallet. And yesterday I said that you'll never guess what Ian, middle name Smith, has suggested that we use going forward. God, I hate that phrase. And I forgot. Well, I both forgot and then ran out of time. I'm very bad at my job, so I'll do that in a minute. You will be stunned.
Hello, this is LBC. What would you like to say?
First thing I want to say.
I just want to say.
Hermione, what would you like to say?
First time caller. Never called before.
A bit nervous.
Take another moment. Tell me what else you want to say.
Actually, it was really nice to express my views.
So many people want their say this morning.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
My pleasure.
Amanda, your question to Sir Keir.
Being self-employed, I was one of the ones that fell through the loop. I've had no government help.
Let me take up your issue with the government.
Questions for the Prime Minister. Right Honourable Keir Starmer.
This morning on LBC, I was asked by a self-employed businesswoman who's at her wit's end. So surely the Prime Minister needs to act now.
We will continue to put our arms around businesses and livelihoods around the country.
LBC, where you set the agenda. This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation.
Stay on stamp duty holiday with Galliard Homes and save up to £15,000. We've extended the stamp duty holiday on homes right across the capital until January the 1st, 2022. London apartments from just £200,000 that qualify for a Help to Buy mortgage with just a 5% deposit. All come fully furnished, free of charge, with ground rent and service charge paid for 1 year. Book to view virtually or by appointment by calling 0203 770 6300. That's 0203 770 6300. Or visit galliardhomes.com. That's galliardhomes.com. Stamp duty holiday applies on the first £500,000 of any new purchase. Help to Buy applies on units up to £600,000.
The small but spacious Skoda Fabia. LED daytime running lights. DAB digital radio with touchscreen display, electrically adjustable heated door mirrors, and 0% interest. Contact your Skoda retailer and get 0% APR on an award-winning new Skoda Fabia. Skoda, driven by something different. With Solutions Personal Contract Plan. Order by 30th of June 2021. T's and C's apply. Indemnities may be required. Skoda Financial Services.
Alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency is a genetic disorder caused by a common mutation, the Z mutation, and results in lung and liver disease. There is currently no cure. HMR is recruiting volunteers who have the Z mutation for a clinical trial. In addition to helping us find a treatment, you'll receive £2,600 if you complete the trial. Email us at recruit@hmrlondon.com.
The Wi-Fi's down.
Wi-Fi!
This is broadband rage.
It happens when your internet drops out and the red mist descends. Why suffer like this? Get the UK's first unbreakable Wi-Fi. Only BT's new hybrid home broadband is backed up by EE's mobile network. One day all broadband will be like this.
4G coverage required. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Verify bt.com/verify hybrid.
You've done adventure on your doorstep. Now explore beyond and let the Jeep Renegade plug-in hybrid take you there. A trail-rated 4x4 that lives off the beaten track with up to 135 miles per gallon in hybrid mode, 0 CO2 emissions in electric mode, and 3 years complimentary servicing. Life without boundaries in a car without limits. Now that's adventure. Jeep Renegade 4xe plug-in hybrid. Visit jeep.co.uk to see latest offers. WLTP figures for comparability purposes only. Actual values may vary. Complimentary servicing subject to T's and C's.
Galliard Stamp Duty Holiday extended until the 1st of January 2022. GalliardHomes.com. Applies on the first £500,000 of any new purchase.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Nick Abbott.
Right, so what are we doing?
Given we're doing a radio show. I'll take this call and then I'll tell you about Ian middle name Smith. Haringey. Hello, Claire. Oh, Claire. Too late. Right, so this should give warning bells ringing in your mind. Boris Johnson has said that a path through the thicket of burdensome and restrictive regulation must be cleared to fulfil the potentials of Brexit.
Warning, warning.
See, this has been part of the plan all along. They've been telling us how these regulations are holding us back. Oh, if only we can be free of regulations, then all of our lives will be better, you know, like we've always dreamed they would be. Small fact, regulations are for our protection. Regulations are about not allowing poison in food and pollution in the water and the safety of electrical goods and the treatment of animals and restrictions on financial organisations ripping us off. Those restrictions make it more expensive to do business. They impact the bottom line, but they keep us safe and stop financial finaglers from stealing our money. So when the Tories say we should reduce red tape, it's not for our benefit. It's for the benefit of the donor class, and we should be very suspicious of anyone who suggests such a thing. In other news, the man who was responsible for an overhaul of the benefits system that left tens of thousands struggling to cope, whose time in Cabinet led to the introduction of the bedroom tax, 0 hours contracts, universal credit and the benefits sanctions, wants us to believe that he has our best interests at heart. A report from the comically named Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform, TIGRR, led by Ian Duncan Smith, which is not a double-barrel name, by the way. He just insists on his middle name, which is why I call him Ian middle name Smith. Ian Smith sounds a bit down market, really, doesn't it? So he's not Ian Smith, he's Ian Duncan Smith. He's described Brexit as a one-off opportunity to reduce red tape and set out a new regulatory framework. The task force set out more than 100 recommendations, which include the authorization of GM foods.
Oh, no.
Yes, to increase crop yields. And the return of, and here it is, get ready, he wants the return of imperial measurements.
What?
That's right, you heard me correctly. He suggests a return to imperial measurements. Because either he likes multiplying by 12 and 14 instead of 10, or he thinks it'll make the fan base of cultists happy, because it'll remind them of the war, when bombs were falling out of the sky and the dead were piled up in the streets. You know, the good old days, when at least you could get your turnips by the ounce. Imperial measurements they want back. So says the Task Force on Innovation. You couldn't make it up, really, could you? The report claims the 1985 Weights and Measures Act, which makes it an offence for traders to use imperial without metric, has, quotes, long been identified and is as an example of overly prescriptive EU regulation. They say that the legislation should be amended to scrap such a requirement. Who is asking for that? Name the person that has even thought of it. God, they must be running out of culture war topics. I mean, they've done statues. We know they're more pro-bronzes than people. They've done history, which they are against if it reflects badly on us. They're against cancel culture, and they want to cancel anyone who disagrees with them. And now it's ounces, pounds, stones and quarts and hundredweights they want back. There's a well-known phrase that is occurring to me right now.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Yeah. In a letter to the task force, the Prime Minister thanked them for these substantive plans that will really put a tiger, or tiger is probably how you pronounce it, in the tank of British business. And that's why they called it the Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform, TIGRR, Tiger, just so that Bodger could crack that, put a tiger in the tank of British businesses. You remember the old ad? Anybody under the age of 40 is going, what ad, Grandad? Grandad? Why, you little... Put a tiger in your tank. It's a joke, no?
No.
Green Party peer Natalie Bennett said that cutting red tape gave us Grenfell Tower, the 2007 financial crisis, and falling work standards. She tweeted, when you hear red tape, think controls that protect us and control corporations, because that's what they are. But the cultists are all in on that cutting the red tape thing because they think that that's what's holding them back. It's the only thing that's saving you. It's the only thing that's protecting you from one moment of your life to the next. Red tape. And, by the way, since we've left the European Union, that bonfire of red tape has turned into a mountain of it that we had to climb over every time we want to do business with our close personal neighbours. Let's see if I can squeeze one in before the news. Liverpool. Hello, Brendan.
Cheers, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, just on your subject of overrunning costs of everything that various governments in the past have overseen. You know, you're saying we can't do big projects.
Well, not for less than £100 million, we can't. £1 billion,
yeah, exactly.
£100 billion.
Do you recall the new Royal Yacht Britannia that we've managed to do without for the past 10 or 15 years?
Yeah.
It's going to cost 200 million quid.
Brendan, if they tell us it's going to cost 200 million, then you can be absolutely certain it'll be 500 million.
Well, wait till you hear this, right? The Titanic cost 1.5 million back in 1910 or something, which extrapolated to the present day will be 140 or 160 million. So even if they've got it massively wrong and it's more like 200 million, can you imagine the Queen's yacht is going to be as big as the Titanic?
Yeah, well, the Queen, God bless her, actually sank Bodger's plan because he wanted to build it under the guise of giving it to the Queen, as a present for having lasted so long. But the Queen said, no, I don't want it. Good for you, Her Majesty.
Has it been scuppered, if you forgive the pun? Has it been scuppered?
No, he's going to build it anyway. He just doesn't get to call it the Queen's yacht. He's going to have to own it himself, which is actually the reason for doing it. Bodger wants a holiday on a yacht. It can't possibly be to improve trade, because the last yacht that we had didn't do that at all, not one iota. It did not improve our trading relation with any company or country in the world. Because think about it. If somebody is important and rich enough to get invited on board, they're not the kind of person who would be impressed by a small yacht, which is what it's going to be. Billionaires have £500 million yachts. We are supposed to be building ours for 100 million, 200 million tops. So they're not going to be impressed. Apart from anything else, they're going to have to leave their 7-star hotel in the nice area of town, and they're going to have to get driven to the docks where they would never normally go. That's the elbow of the city that they'll be in, that they would never contemplate visiting. I mean, the view is going to be awful apart from anything else. They're not going to set sail, are they? Because business people are going to have to, they'll be there for an hour and then they'll have to get driven back to their hotel again, where the meeting could have taken place anyway. They're not going to be impressed. So it's not for the Queen and it's not for trade, and that leaves whoever from the government is going to be able to take advantage of that boat. So it's Bodger's boat. Ugh. 0345 6060 973. Nick Abbott, LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, people who have been fully vaccinated against coronavirus may not have to self-isolate if they come into contact with someone who's positive. People taking part in a trial in England are taking daily lateral flow tests instead of quarantining. It says thousands of people have been turning up at pop-up vaccination centres around England. It's part of a major push to offer COVID jabs to everyone aged over 18. These people got their first vaccine at the Olympic Stadium.
And we're looking forward to getting all the jabs and just kind of being able to go away on holiday.
Since we're the ones also a lot of wanting to go out and doing things, I think it's good that we're now, hopefully that will make a difference, getting all the young people to get the vaccine.
I'm quite glad because I'm hoping to go to university in September.
Labour says the Justice Secretary must resign if he can't reverse the plunging prosecution and conviction levels for rape within a year. Shadow Justice Secretary David Lammy has accused Robert Buckland of shedding crocodile tears when he apologised for the downward trends in bringing sexual offenders to justice. Figures show 1,439 suspects were convicted in England and Wales last year, the lowest number since records began. Senior Conservatives say the government has set a warning shot over reforms to the planning system. The issue dominated the by-election in Chesham and Amersham, where the Lib Dems overturned a huge Tory majority to win the seat. Ministers plan to cut red tape and bypass councils in order to build up to 300,000 new homes. Local councillor Graham Harris explains why that can't happen in Buckinghamshire.
Our infrastructure cannot cope with large-scale development. People have moved to this area because green space is open air, and they don't want to see it just expanded into a further suburb of London.
Former Conservative MP and Commons Speaker John Bercow has joined the Labour Party. He stepped down as Speaker in 2019 and he told the Observer newspaper that the government needs to be replaced. Chief political commentator for the independent newspaper John Rentour has told LBC he may not be the right fit.
If I were them, I'd run a mile because, I don't think he's the sort of figure they need to persuade the voters that they need at the next election, because, they've got to look for the sort of voters that Anna Soubry and John Bercow don't appeal to, because Labour's already got those voters.
Vladimir Putin and other world leaders have congratulated hardline cleric Ebrahim Raisi for winning a landslide victory in Iran's presidential election. He won almost 18 million votes. His closest rival got 3 million. He's previously been placed under US sanctions over violations to human rights. A man who had a stroke and collapsed in a street is trying to track down the guardian angel who saved his life. 47-year-old Matthew O'Toole was sitting on a bench on Wigmore Street in central London when he began vomiting and sweating. A woman with blonde curly hair and an Australian accent called the paramedics and gave him basic treatment, but then told medics that he should go to the emergency stroke clinic, a move that probably saved the man's life. LBC weather: heavy rain in places likely to spread to parts of central and southern England as well as Wales. Thunder possible across the southeast of England. Showers easing for Scotland and Northern Ireland, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Yeah!
Nick, listen. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Helen tweets, I think I just realised why it's been raining. There was tennis at the Queen's Club last week, and Wimbledon will be starting soon. It's always getting rained off the tennis. Yes, we do forget every single year. It's like we've never been in this country during the summer. It's always rubbish in June. I mean, every now and again we'll get a decent couple of weeks in the early spring, and then it'll be absolutely rubbish in June. I think June... this is just from memory, so this might not be right. This will be the only thing that is possibly incorrect that you'll hear on this programme. I think June has got a higher rainfall than any other month. I bet somebody wants to check that right now, if not straight away. And we forget every single year. We think, oh, no, it's raining and it's cold in June. How could that possibly be? It's always raining and cold in June. Glastonbury, Wimbledon, always raining and cold. Maybe July. I'll look ahead. I did the weather, the big thing about the weather yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat all that, but I'll just have a look. Oh my God, look at that. No. Oh, that's terrible. It's going to be 57. This is in London on Monday. 57. Wow, that is terrible. And raining, of course. And then it's 60s for a week, and just touching 70 on the 1st of July. I mean, we're not allowed to go anywhere this year. It can't be another rubbish summer. Please, no. But anyway, you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
John emails. Now then, Nick, steady on, mate. You said the C word, coalition. A Lib Dem and coalition is anti-politics. Sounds like there's a missing word there. A Lib Dem and Labour coalition is anti-politics. Is it? I'm not sure that's true. I think it is. It's not anti-politics, it's politics. After the Chesham and Amersham election result, it would appear that many of the electorate have forgiven or forgotten that other naughty seed, Clegg. Yeah. It's not your fault, Nick. Actually, Nick, it's all your fault.
Affirmative.
I think a Lib Dem and Labour and Greenie coalition is not anti-politics. That's like the very definition of politics, isn't it? Jim says, what a great result for the Tory party. Burko the Burke is to defect to Labour, as if poor Keir Starmer doesn't have enough problems. I think that people who have joined the cult they round on anybody that they think should be on Boris Johnson's side, and if they're not, then they're a rat. It's like mafia speak. It's like we're living in a version of The Sopranos.
Absolutely.
And Natalie emails. God, this is rather a long email. 18 months ago, I visited the UK with my daughter. We were at King's Cross Station en route north. Saw Burko standing by a wall, studying the departure board. I decided to go up and say hello. I think he was initially wary, as it was when he was getting a lot of abuse for standing up to for the parliamentary process. Yeah, or as the cultists would term it, being a rat. It's like judges are the enemy of the people for actually, upholding the law. Anyway, it goes, but hearing our New Zealand accents and my expression of appreciation for his entertaining and powerful holding to account of the Tory government, he realised we were fans. We had a very nice little chat. He was charming and engaging. Great news for the Labour Party. He's a real asset. Yes, I think that's probably true. Whether he's the kind of voice that we need front and centre right now is debatable. Maybe we could just posh it down just a little bit. Just a tinge would be good. Let's have Walsall. Mick.
Hi, Nick.
Mick.
To win the Labour Party, and I would have voted for him if he was leader of the Labour Party at the last election. would have been Andy Burnham.
Right.
I like him. I think he's an honest bloke. And I think he actually cares. And I thought he was one of the best health secretaries we've ever had, to be honest.
Health secretaries?
Yeah, he was health secretary for a long time. And, oh, God almighty, his name I forget. Can't remember what he's... The one that goes around the country giving speeches.
Well, which one's that?
He was Prime Minister for as long as Maggie Thatcher.
Right. Well, you can't say his name?
Tony something.
Right.
I can't remember, to be honest.
Okay.
It's called getting old, my friend. Memory's not as sharp as it was.
Right. I refuse to believe that you can't remember his name, but anyway.
Yeah, I think Andy Burnham, if Andy Burnham had stood at the last election, I think, I'm not whether saying that the Tories wouldn't have won.
I think that he would have got I think that he would have got pummeled in the same way by the offshore billionaire press, just like Uncle Jezza got pummeled, and the public would have been turned against him in just the same way. Never mind. They wanted their man in, and now they may be thinking, well, maybe he's not our man anymore. Maybe we want somebody else. He's the sledgehammer that broke people's determination to vote the way they always used to. Boris Johnson. Burko's right about that. Certainly, that he's a great he's great at electioneering, but not so great at actually running anything.
Well, Burko himself is his wife a Labour supporter.
Is he what?
So it wouldn't surprise me if he went to Labour.
Right. Well, he did. Did you say his wife is a Labour supporter?
Yeah, his wife's a Labour supporter.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, she's probably just badgered him into it.
Right.
Just imagine there being arguments in an election at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure that married couples actually have great long conversations about politics. I sort of doubt it. That would be colleagues, not husband and wife.
They sneak out the door and go and vote.
Right. Okay. Well.
What they do.
All right. Well, I can't go down that road, Mick. But anyway, I appreciate the call. If any married couples are thinking of having deep and engaging conversations about politics, warning! You probably shouldn't. Do what me and Carol do. Have yourself a safe word. Because any time that the politics rears its ugly head on the podcast that I do with Carol, we have we've each got a safe word. After the utterance of which, we must immediately change the subject to a pre-arranged topic which has nothing to do with politics, because she and I agree on absolutely nothing whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that's partly the charm of the podcast. We don't talk about politics, or almost never talk about COVID or anything that's going on at the moment. It's all it's just funny stuff. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? If you've got the Global Player, by the way, then it's on there. And if you haven't got it, then you should get it. It does all of the radio stations we do, Heart and I won't start. I won't attempt to list them all because I've only got a brief 3-hour show. But all of the radio stations that we do, like this one, that's on there, and the podcasts, just boatloads of them. Download it from your favourite app store, Global Player, and ask for the podcast by name, What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC.
This year we learned technology can replace many things, but we also learned there is no substitute for a hug. When you fly again, fly for what truly matters. We can never replace together. Fly KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines, from London Heathrow or London City Airport.
The reality is you can't beat a drama.
But there's so much more drama in reality.
Drama's got true stories.
Reality's got Insta stories.
The Sister looks at the supernatural.
The Housewives look at the super rich.
Unforgotten.
Cabins.
Scandal.
Sandal.
Detectives.
Divas.
Dead.
Olivia.
Forensics.
Acrylic.
DNA.
OMG. Reality.
With more drama and reality than ever before, the fight for your attention starts here, now on ITV Hub.
650 people a minute, 39,000 people an hour, 460,000 people every day. Join the millions already vaccinated. The COVID-19 vaccine protects you and those around you. And remember, you need 2 doses for maximum protection. Every vaccination gives us hope. The NHS will let you know when your vaccine is ready for you.
Right, Daisy. It's Friday. Finally. Remember, though, no big deal. Hello. What's this? Oh, it's just a vodka Mexican lime spritz. Made with exceptionally smooth Smirnoff vodka and topped with deliciously refreshing Fever Tree Mexican lime soda over ice and...
All right. Darling, you had me at spreads.
The vodka spritz. Fortunately, it's as simple as Smirnoff and a Fever Tree soda. Spritz up. Available online and in-store. Please drink responsibly.
This is your time. Your moment. Your now. Join over 2 million students who freed their ambition with the Open University. We've pioneered distance learning for over 50 years, bringing university to you, wherever you are, so you can fit study around your life. With expert tutor support every step of the way. It's what we do. The Open University. Your ambition, our mission.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
What's he got to be depressed about?
What, this? Joe emails 100 billion is, and then he's written down this massive number. It's 1 followed by 14 zeros. An unfathomable number, says Joe. Correct Amundo. I'll do it in seconds to give you some perspective. I know I've said this before, but it's worth repeating. 1 million seconds is about 12 days. And 1 million seconds, 12 days. How much more is a billion? Well, 1 billion seconds is 31.5 years. Yes. That's right. And we spent so far, I think it's up to £100 billion on a railway line from here to Birmingham. The whole world's gone insane. This says, quick question, what are your thoughts on proportional representation voting? Where I live has been Tory since 1885. Right. I think that we should have it. It doesn't make any sense to continue being run like a dictatorship by a party that continues to get a minority of the votes of the people. What sense does that make? That's not democracy. It's the opposite of that. Sue says, when Boris was mayor, he presented my husband with a Good Citizen of Bromley signed certificate award. How long should he wait before he auctions it, or should he leave it in his will? Sue, I demand to know what your husband did to receive a Good Citizen of Bromley award. And what does it look like? And was it Bodger who actually signed it himself, or did he get a minion to do it? Which is what I would expect. Could Boris Johnson find Bromley with a sat-nav? Come on, Sue, spill the beans. What did your husband do to get a Good Citizen of Bromley award? Inquiring minds are keen to find out. Brenda says the G7 last week has caused hotels and restaurants to close here in Cornwall as the infection rate has jumped significantly. Oh, no. Who could have predicted that? What a surprise, says Brenda. This was Boris being cautious. Did you notice that for about a week there, all of his minions went out and used that phrase? We're going to be careful and cautious, because they know that what they had done to visit this plague on us in the first place was an absence of care and caution. By leaving the gates open for the Indian variant to just waltz in here, 20,000 people flew in. when they knew they were coming in diseased up to the eyeballs. But in order to, bat any criticism away, they just kept repeating careful and cautious. We're going to be careful and cautious. We're going to be guided by the science. Yes?
No.
No. Anyway, Brenda says this was Boris being cautious as he and his entourage cuddled each other as they drank champagne and they all huddled together. But the people here, we were bowled over at seeing Boris like a walrus in the sea. I picture him, as far as sea creatures go, more like a manatee. No offence. They don't get it, says Brenda. He is totally responsible for this Delta variant here and across the UK by not closing the borders to India immediately out of caution. Yes. It's the absence of caution and carefulness that has visited this on us again and again and again. You know, we got the highest rate of the virus in Europe. The UK now has the highest daily rate of coronavirus infections in all of Europe, overtaking Spain.
Fabulous.
Statistics compiled by the Oxford University-based platform Our World in Data show 107.3 people per million in the UK tested positive for the virus on an average day over the last week. An outbreak of the ultra-infectious Indian COVID variant had pushed Britain's infection rate back up, forcing Boris Johnson to pump the brakes on the final stage of his roadmap out of lockdown. Roadmap. Yeah, like he's got a plan. I mean, it's not really fair to call it the Indian variant. We should be calling it the Johnson variant, because it's him who let it in, because he was desperate to suck up to the Indian government while he was scrabbling around trying to get a trade deal to wave about as a Brexit bonus. Poor. Fun fact, though, a full trade deal with India will come with higher Indian immigration. I mean, that's at the top of the priorities for the Indian government. They want freedom of movement for their people to come here. 1 in 6 people on Earth live in India. And if that's what your average Brexiter, who says that they knew what they were voting for, had in mind when they voted out, then I'm a Knickerbocker Glory with cream on top. And that trade deal, by the way, which, despite what you've heard, hasn't actually happened yet, it was a small-scale agreement on a few things, is based on £8 billion worth of exports from us to them. 8 billion. As opposed to 300 billion of exports from us to the EU. Still, I suppose the Prime Minister knows what he's doing. And as for COVID infections, the reason that you don't get to go out and play is that the UK is now ahead of all 43 other European countries included in the statistics. We are the worst in Europe. Spain second, followed by Latvia and Andorra, wherever they are. Italy used to be one of the worst. Now has about a fifth of the cases per million as we have. Iceland and San Marino at the bottom of the list. The only countries to have 0 cases per million. 0, as in none. At all. Well done, Bodger. Another tremendous success.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And as the UK has become the COVID infection capital of Europe, officials have also announced 7,673 more cases per day, an increase of a quarter in a week. Exponential growth, everybody. The number of infected patients admitted to hospital, a figure that lags behind cases by several weeks because of, how long it can take for somebody to become seriously ill, also soared by 46%. Wow. The Bodger variant strikes again. I don't know. Yeah, I think you'd have to say that this government is a clear and present danger to the people of this country. If Bodger's got a roadmap, it's on a sat-nav mounted on a fairground bumper car. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. Just in emails, did you just say that you want Timmy Mallett to be Labour leader? I'm not sure he'd be interested. No, I didn't. I said somebody like a mallet, not Timmy Mallett, a mallet, as in hammer, to smash through the thin facade of which we've all become mesmerised by, apart from the good people of Amersham, who are mesmerised and no more. But I feel for you, Brenda, because Cornwall, how marvellous. And now it's shut down. Hotels and restaurants have closed because the infection rates jumped significantly. Well, just wait. Wait another week or so, and I'm sure everything will be okay. Scott says, Bercow behind Labour. I'd back him, even if he doesn't assume a parliamentary role. He's a real good card, though a bit populist. What, Bercow? Populist? He doesn't have the sinister twist, unlike all other caricatures of Britain. I'm looking at you, Boris, says Scott. Yeah, well, there's some caricatures around him, all right.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, chief among them, smug. He always looks like he's had his head stuck in a clamp. A bit too pointy-headed. Is there room inside that thin skull for much of a brain? Must be, I suppose. So, they had the... I haven't actually mentioned it hardly at all. This Amersham, Chesham-Amersham by-election thing, and they're trying to explain it away. Oh, it was nothing. Just a blip, don't worry. Senior Conservatives have told Boris Johnson a swathe of seats in the blue wall across the south of England could be at risk after the Lib Dems' shock victory at the Chesham and Amersham by-election. Downing Street came under renewed pressure to ditch Boris Johnson's controversial planning reforms, which many backbenchers are blaming for the humiliating loss of the Buckinghamshire seat. And I know that they're trying to find one thing that they can tweak to make the bad news go away. But if your whole act is to sow discord and divide the nation on the basis of nonsense culture wars and that whole Brexit, us and them stuff, and then they shouldn't be surprised when half the country are repelled. I mean, that's their game. Set one side against the other. And now they're surprised that everybody doesn't love them. Plus, there's this way in which the Conservatives seem to be strip mining the country, basically taking the wealth of the nation and transposing it into the pockets of their friends and benefactors. I mean, it's just drip, 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 story after story after story. If this country were a car, the Tories would have it on bricks. They'd have nicked the wheels, taken out the engine, and be coming back at night for everything that they've missed. And the planning rules, right up there at the top of the list of shame. I mean, we had Robert Jenrick a while ago, maybe you saw him on the news, standing in front of a row of new houses, telling us how glorious it would be to cover the land with such buildings, and they were the ugliest, meanest little boxes for living that you ever saw. Identikit houselets for hamsters who don't need cupboards or gardens and don't like light. Apparently, I mean, the windows are so small on new build houses because bricks are cheaper than glass. That's actually true. How sad is that? If you just moved into a new build house, the reason that you can't see out the windows without standing on your tiptoes is because it's cheaper to put bricks there than it is glass. And this government don't just allow this creeping disease of hideous developments to scar the country, they positively encourage it by their policy of propping up the housing market with stamp duty holidays and help to buy and shared ownership and mortgage guarantees and all of the rest of it, which doesn't actually help anyone at all so much as the developers, who by complete coincidence are major donors to the Conservative Party. It seems like the government's planning policy is a racket to prop up house prices to increase developers' profits. I mean, they can literally knock up any old rubbish with no local objection allowed, and a panicked people will buy them with assistance from the government because they see prices going ever upwards, in great part due to that very government policy. And of course, also completely unconnected, homeowners are traditionally more likely to vote Tory. The government aren't helping to buy because they care about you. They're helping to buy because it's in their own interests. They think you'll vote for them if they help you to get on the property ladder. But now there's a twist in the tale. And it sort of gets quite interesting, this twist. What's sort of happening at the moment is turning this whole equation on its head. And I'll come to that in a minute. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC. It's 11:30. The news headlines with Zora Sullivan.
Government plans mean people in England who have had both COVID jabs may not have to self-isolate when they come into contact with a positive case. A trial is taking place where people just need to take a daily COVID test. If it's successful, it'll then be rolled out. The former Commons Speaker and Tory MP John Bercow has joined the Labour Party. He stepped down as Speaker in 2019 and he called his former party reactionary and xenophobic. And activists protesting at London's Science Museum have vowed to return tomorrow. The group targeted the famous landmark in protest at its decision to accept sponsorship from fossil fuel giant Shell. LBC weather: heavy rain in places likely to spread to parts of central and southern England as well as parts of Wales. Thunder possible across the southeast of England and showers easing for Scotland and Northern Ireland. A low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
I'm playing my biggest ever gig. Dinesh, live at Wembley.
I'm about to dive into a big pool of vanilla custard.
And I've just broken the record for the world's biggest biceps.
Think big at Big Motoring World. With a big choice of over 3,000 quality cars, enjoy big savings when you think big. Big Motoring World, minutes from the M25. See bigmotoringworld.co.uk.
And now for today's McDonald's Fun Football scores. Giggles 12, goals 2. Qualified coaches 3, new mates 11. Shiners 0, confidence 12.
McDonald's Fun Football. Free football coaching for kids. Search McDonald's Football. For kids aged 5 to 11, limited spaces available, T's and C's apply.
Alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency is a genetic disorder caused by a common mutation, the Z mutation, and results in lung and liver disease. There is currently no cure. HMR is recruiting volunteers who have the Z mutation for a clinical trial. In addition to helping us find a treatment, you'll receive £2,600 if you complete the trial. Email us at recruit@hmrlondon.com.
The pea. It may be small, but it is mighty. Yes, this little green sphere creates its own natural fertilizer, which nourishes the soil. No small thing for our planet. Plus, they pack a protein punch that helps support your bones and muscles, too. So tonight, let's eat like the world depends on it. One pea pesto pasta at a time. Sainsbury's, helping everyone eat better. To learn about how peas can benefit your health and the planet, visit about.sainsbury's.co.uk/helping everyone eat better.
Lou's having the best UK holiday thanks to P&O Cruises. No jams on the 303 or crowded beaches, because while all Britain is trying to book a holiday home, she's on Britannia, enjoying everything she's missed and more. The spa, fine dining, cocktails from Ollie Smith and live shows all in one break. Meanwhile, back on land, the seagulls are nicking everyone's chips. Oi! Make your summer holiday a British break at sea with 3 nights from £249 with £100 per cabin to spend on board. Find out more at pocruises.com. P&O Cruises. Holidays as varied as you. Subject to availability based on Early Saver B116R PF grade. Conditions apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Nick Abbott.
Yeah! Dudes!
Richard texts, yes, bring back imperial units. 2 and 3 30 inches makes much more sense than 53 millimeters. I'm not sure that's how it works, Richard, but perhaps you're following the science. Annie says, to add to your point in support of Jeremy Corbyn, I had a point in support of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, that bloke who was saying, it was that Jeremy Corbyn would have wasted our money, as opposed to the current regime. To add to your point in support of Jeremy Corbyn, says Annie, whereas he would have spent money on behalf of ordinary people, Bodger's wasted billions has almost certainly gone directly into the pockets of private firms owned by, likely, his friends. There's the difference, a huge divide between the two men. Well, I would have thought that's indisputable. But, a lot of people have joined the cult, and they will not be dissuaded. Here is an alarming call in Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Good evening. Thanks for having me on your show.
Jan.
So I'm bringing up about a bit to the side of what you're discussing, but it involves India. Some latest news from India that caught my attention this week about lions.
Lions.
Lions,
Mm-hmm.
roar, the magnificent,
roaring things. Yes, big teeth.
In India, in southern India, catching the virus, and how I'm trying to imagine what it must sound like. I can't imagine the magnificent lion that roars, coughing from having caught the COVID,
coughing.
So I'm thinking the only lions that we may have heard cough are those in Disney films. You know what I mean? Lions coughing and talking. But these lions, it's quite sad, really. They caught it, and a couple of them have died. And but they're like humans. I
well, not really.
No, I mean coughing.
I see.
Other
Right.
animals may just they have symptoms like humans: fatigue, loss of appetite, and coughing and things like that.
Right.
But also, coming away from India as well, the other one that caught my attention this week was about the zoos in England or around the world, which are really keeping alive some endangered species. How this is to do with the lockdown rather than just they're not about animals that have caught the virus like in India.
Yeah.
But are
you talking about elephants? Because I read that the elephants are. I was only sort of partly interested in the story, so I didn't really read and take much of it in. But the headline was more or less elephants. People are going to be dissuaded from keeping elephants in safari parks and zoos because it's bad for their mental health. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. It's about
I see, right.
A lot of animals are suffering from the lockdown, like humans. They're saying they've got psychological problems because they're accustomed to interacting with all the visitors. They may have
I'm not sure that's true.
a million visitors.
I don't think that's true.
No, that's what I say. Some of the zoos may have 1 million visitors a year, like the one in Regent's Park.
But animals aren't upset at our absence. They're upset at not having 100 miles to roam about and call their own.
Yeah, but they've been born in captivity, so they don't know anything else. But
they do. Well, of course they do. It's instinctual.
Well.
Animals don't ordinarily interact with human beings, but particularly a lion. If a lion is born in captivity and you go and pet it in its cage, it will eat you, even if it hasn't been taught by its parents that we're walking meat sacks.
But Nick, I was the animals that I'm thinking that have psychological problems that were flagged up, and there's videos of them online about they're monkeys. And some of them are of the birds or ducks. People will actually talk. They say people talk in the zoos. People will talk to the ducks.
Yeah, talk and squawk and walk like the animals. Yeah, but you don't think the animals can understand them? I mean, all the animals are hearing is wah 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 wah. They're not understanding what we're saying.
Well, yeah, probably not. But they interact. They can see though. They can see the excitement of the audience, or they've got an audience.
Yeah, but that doesn't please them in any way.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're reading things in human feelings into these wild animals.
I think what they're probably reading is that these wah 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 weird stick things that are walking about and you can't actually get to them to eat them. They're keeping us caged here for our entire lives. What have we done? They're probably thinking.
But what about domestic animals? I mean, I know a neighbour who passed away, and their dog cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. animals do have feelings, and don't they? We know elephants have feelings.
The dog cried.
It cried. It wouldn't stop crying. They had to have it put down. It was crying. And
that's
crying,
nice.
Crying.
How about if they did that to human beings? They put us down when we started crying.
It didn't seem fair, but the dog was pining away for its.
Right. So they
master.
shot it. That's nice.
No, they didn't shoot it. I don't know how they did it, but it was pining away. It was disturbing everybody. It was.
Oh yeah. Well, then it definitely needs to go. Yeah.
No, but animals do have feelings.
Yes, which is an excellent reason why we shouldn't lock them in zoos or safari parks.
I agree. But what about
the
endangered species that they're trying to breed and they're studying and researching in the ones where there's just so few left? They want to try and breed them in captivity.
Well, like what?
Well, in China it was a panda. In this country, I'm not too up on which one's endangered.
Pandas seem to be keen on self-destruction, don't they? They only eat bamboo, which has got so little nutrients in it. They've got to eat for pretty much 24 hours a day. That's all they can do. Eat bamboo all the time, and they mate almost never. It's like pandas don't fancy each other.
All right. We don't have them in this country, but there are some. I don't know. I don't know about.
If there was ever an animal that seemed to be intent on on its own extinction, it's pandas. And yet we're so obsessed with them because they look like teddy bears. Oh, so cute. Get too close to it, Jan. They'll eat your face off.
No. But there's a lot of animals that are, because I used to the Wildlife Fund have lots of projects around the world to protect endangered species.
Oh, sure.
Like the snow leopard.
Right. The snow leopards. Right.
You can adopt them. You know how they have these.
You can adopt them.
Yeah, I adopted a snow leopard.
Right. What did you call it? Snowy.
No, I had a soft toy that they gave me. So I'm not a kid, but that's what they give if you adopt an animal. You can adopt animals that they have big projects on. Well, I don't know whether they have the projects on now with this pandemic, but they're endangered species. There's so few of them left in certain parts of the world because they hunt them for their skins. They want their skins.
Well, yeah, they do look nice, but we should stop wearing animal skins. But then you get into the whole leather thing, and where does that end? We shouldn't hunt things like that. Cows.
They do, don't they?
But you have to think about poor cows. Cows are people too, And what do we do with them? We slaughter them by the million.
Yeah, which is why I'm a vegan. I've been a vegan for 30 years.
Right.
I'm a vegetarian for the better part of my life.
But we can agree that I think zoos are fundamentally cruel.
Yeah, they are cruel.
Yeah, I haven't been to a zoo since I was a child. I would feel uncomfortable going around them. They are prisons for animals. And they say, well, you shouldn't have an elephant and lock an elephant up in a zoo because I think it was a mental health thing, wasn't it? Or it upsets them. Of course it blooming well upsets them.
Yeah, they're upset.
They're in prison.
Sensitive. No, but they do. When one of the elephant herd passes away, they mourn. They actually go through a stage of mourning.
Well, they shouldn't make too much of a show about it because apparently we'll kill them if they cry.
Don't.
Isn't that awful?
Yeah, but they're researching them though. But the ones that are endangered, I'm going to find out which ones are endangered because they did say I didn't make a note of that. Which ones were actually endangered in this country?
Well, you've got a lot of work to do.
Around England,
yeah.
The zoos are about to teeter. They're teetering on the edge because, like theatres and all the arts, they haven't got. They're not getting the revenues from visitors.
Right. Well, good thing too. I don't think people should go to the zoo.
What are they going to do with all the but they're not going to. They're not going to. What would they do with all the animals?
Well, they better not start crying because we know what happens to them then.
That was a dog. That was a domestic dog.
Oh well, that's okay then.
So do you think? I keep thinking, what about the wildlife around us? I'm wondering if the foxes. We have a lot of foxes around here.
Oh God, do we ever? They're not endangered. There's just way too many. I'll tell you what else there's way too many of is parakeets.
Yeah, we got them here as well.
Those squawking, luminous green things have got to go. They are taking over.
Yeah, they have taken over around here.
They don't belong here. Why are they here? Why are we putting up with them? They should be gone. Never mind about crying dogs. Let's take out all the parakeets.
What about pet foxes? foxes, and the screeching foxes might start coughing around.
There's too many foxes. Every time I drive home, every single time I drive home, I must pass, or rather, they pass in front of the car about half a dozen foxes. Every single night, they're absolutely everywhere. They're having too much fox love, Jan. And if it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't make so much of a noise when they were doing it.
Disgusting.
Awful.
The noise. I mean, I'm just waiting to hear some of them coughing here to see if they catch it.
Right.
Well, it's not supposed to be funny, but it would be, how will the wildlife, what sort of noises are they going to start making? Birds, like parakeets.
Right.
Well, they just won't be able to breathe.
That's a pretty offensive thing for a vegan to say.
What's offensive?
For a vegan, pretty awful thing to say.
About foxes?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering if wildlife are actually being affected by the virus.
Well, apparently so. Yeah, apparently so.
The ones in the wild.
Animals gave it to us, apparently. So it seems justified that we give it right back to them.
But we don't really have much contact with foxes, do we?
Are you kidding me? They're absolutely everywhere. Foxes have pretty much licked everything that you've got outside. They've licked it, they've peed on it, and they've rubbed up against it. If it's outside, then you've got fox stuff all over it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to. Yeah. Well, sometimes there's as many as 12 foxes in the back garden.
Yeah. Always put on rubber gloves every time you go outside. Promise me you'll do that, Jan.
Whoa.
Thank you. Yeah, we're not remotely interested in any animal that's who may be in danger of being extinct unless they're cute. That's why we're so obsessed with pandas, because it's so cute, like a teddy bear. Insects, not remotely interested. But I think that our lives depend on insects a hell of a lot more than they depend on pandas. If pandas disappeared from the face of the earth, nobody would be that bothered. It wouldn't affect our lives in any way, shape or form. If insects disappeared, big trouble, huge. Terry emails, can we get back to non-zoo talking now, please? Absolutely, Terry. In other news, Sri Lankan's main zoo on Friday said it was seeking Indian help to treat a lion that tested positive for COVID-19, the first animal on the island known to be infected. The Department of National Zoological... Blimey. Imagine being on the phone at that place. Hello, Department of National Zoological Gardens. How may I direct your call? You do it once and that's it. Right, that's it. I'm leaving. So the Department of National Zoological Gardens said it was consulting vets of the Central Zoo Authority of India to treat 11-year-old Thor, the lion. Thor. Couldn't they call it something like Dave? Much less threatening. Thor. We are seeking guidance from the Central Zoo Authority in treating Thor. Director General... Oh, blimey, I'm not even going to try that. Oh, all right then. Ishini Wickremesinghe. Yeah. You know Ishini Wickremesinghe, don't you?
No.
Oh, he or she does excellent work. Apparently Thor, the lion, has been experiencing breathing difficulties and refused food, prompting authorities at the Dehiwala Zoo to test it for coronavirus. And some people might think, well, it serves them right for eating us. But, of course, it doesn't. Poor little lions. Paulasaurus the plumber tweets, all domestic plumbing... This is in reference to Ian middle name Smith's great idea for the future of this country. Bring back imperial measurements. You'd think I'm joking, but that's actually true. I mean, it really is hard to believe, ain't it? Imperial measurements, that's our glorious future. That's what he wants to go back to. The Task Force on Innovation, Growth and Regulatory Reform, led by Ian middle name Smith, says that one of their recommendations is that we should go back to imperial measurements. You know, ounces and stones and pounds and quarts. Anyway, the plumber says all domestic plumbing is on 15 mil copper and plastic pipe. Imagine the hassle that's going to cause if Ian middle name Smith gets his way. Imperial copper pipe is half-inch and not compatible with the 15mm pipe. Well, we'll just bodge it. Just bodge it, Paul. No problem. Carnforth, hey, Penny.
Oh, hey, Nick. How you doing?
Great, mate.
Good. I just wanted to say something about the by-election in Chesham and Amersham.
Yes.
And some of the Tories are getting a bit, oh dear, this is not looking good. And I do think a lot, it possibly is partly to do with planning. I mean, obviously there's HS2 there, but just planning generally, because, obviously lots of Tory voters live in the country and they don't want, greenfield sites plastering all over in houses.
Nobody does.
But one of the blooming Tory MP said, oh, well, they should build these houses in the north and the Midlands then, which made me laugh because it's just, the idea that, obviously everybody that lives in the north and the Midlands just lives in 2 up and 2 down terraces with, whippet in the back and coal in the bath, in the backyard, and coal in the bath and everything. The people don't actually live in nice places in the countryside.
Right.
And there's loads of Tories around here. We've got a Tory MP. And, people don't take kindly to, changes in the planning laws because they've already changed the planning laws once and made it easier to get planning. And just near to where we are, actually, they've been trying to get planning for years for a field just down the road, which is in an AONB, and they've been refused it. But as soon as the Tories slackened the planning laws, they've got planning permission now, and they've built these hideous little rabbit hutches, really.
They are hideous. The housing that goes up in this country should be against the law. It is ugly beyond belief. I mean, it's just embarrassing. It's a national embarrassment. We're going to be stuck with those places for 100 years or more. Look at what they've done at Vauxhall. Holy moly, I drove through that today. I don't recognise it as being Britain anymore, let alone London. It's absolutely unimaginably hideous. It sears the eye, it's so ugly. And they've been able to get away with it, and they're still continuing to build them ever more towers of tiny executive flatlets, one after the next. There's more going up now.
Yeah, but these are little tiny rabbit hutch houses.
Yeah, those are worse.
They're
absolutely the worst.
Yeah, they are. And they're supposed to be detached, a lot of them. But, literally, there's about 4 feet in between the house next door.
Yeah.
They're not really detached. They're just squashed in together.
Yeah.
And they're not really for local people.
They're not really designed for people to live in. The living rooms aren't big enough. The windows aren't big enough. They got no cupboards. They got no garden. It's just a place for desperate people with our help through the government to get on the property ladder because they can see the bottom rung being pulled up beyond their grasp.
Yes, but they're not the people that really need the help round here. We need a few more council houses in the village because I don't live in Carnforth. I live between Carnforth and the next village. And in the village, they need a few more council houses, definitely, but even, if you're not somebody...
Yeah, but the problem with that is that people in council houses vote Labour. People in their own homes vote Conservative, traditionally. That's why the desperation to get people onto the housing ladder is because the Tories see that the equation, which is fundamentally changing at the moment. I'll get into that in a second. But they see that as a way to secure their votes in the future. Get people on the property ladder, and then they'll vote Conservative. That's the equation that's in their mind.
Yes, but the things that, this Help to Buy scheme thing, it's really not even helping your average person. It's actually for the sort of the likes of them, their children. They can't even get on the housing ladder now. Even an average graduate can't buy a house round here.
Right, so the conclusion must be that it's not for the people that are buying, it's to prop up the prices of the property market in its entirety. Because if people who own their homes see that the value of their property is going down, then they might think twice about voting Conservative. So that has to be the essence of it. All of this assistance, the stamp duty holiday, all of that stuff, it doesn't have anything to do with getting making homes more affordable, because they aren't more affordable.
No, they're definitely not.
They're more expensive than they used to be before they started all of this. So that's not the plan. It must be to maintain the prices, to keep them going ever upwards, so that people will feel that they have a lot to lose unless they vote for the party that they think is going to continue that ever upward trajectory of house prices.
Oh, definitely, and they are shooting up house prices at the moment.
Like assets in general are going up completely disconnected from the basic economic variables. We're looking at the worst recession in history, potentially, and yet the prices of assets are going through the roof. It doesn't make any sense at all, apart from that it's just a reaction to all this free money that's been sloshing around that is going into buying assets, homes, and etc., and so on, which isn't helping you, Annie. It's not helping me. It's not helping anybody, apart from the people that already own those assets.
Oh, definitely, and also their mates, the big builders who are funding them.
Well, they also are coincidentally major donors of the Conservative Party. Yeah. Paul says, what makes me laugh out loud about John Bercow is that for years the Conservatives wanted him out of the role of Speaker and were probably full of glee when he left. They probably thought the new Speaker would be a pushover, but he's not, as it turns out. Isn't he? Really? Yeah, he got upset the other day and said that, if you don't respect this house, I may chastise you. And if that doesn't work, I may admonish you. That'll teach him. Yeah, that's really got the Tories shaking in their John Lobs. Patrick says, and of the John Bercow, John Rentoul, the political correspondent of The Independent, in the news there, he was saying that, John Bercow isn't the sort of chap that the Labour Party want right now to, beat down the appeal of Bodger and his chums. Well, what's weird is that the good people of the North, the working class people, have put their faith in the most out of touch, poshest group of chancellors that you've ever seen in your life. I mean, Boris Johnson and Jacob Rees-Mogg.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Those are the people that the good people of the North have put their faith in to act in their interests. I mean, they're not just posh. They're like a cartoon's idea of what posh is. They're like a poor person's idea of what rich people are like. They're caricatures. They're so posh. And that's what the working class... I mean, we do have a history of deference and cap-doffing in this country, and it appears that anybody that comes with an accent like that, that supercilious attitude that they've all got, we just fall to our knees before them. Genuflect our faces off, we do. So maybe John Bercow is just the very chap. I think that he could knock chunks out of Boris Johnson in a debate, because that whole, that thin act that Boris Johnson's got will only go so far. I mean, you can only wave your arms around and do the boggly eye thing. It only gets you so far. I think John Bercow would run rings around him. Patrick email, but he would be dancing around him on tiptoes. Whereas what I think, and John Rentoul is probably suggesting, is you need more of a mallet just to smash that act. Patrick emails, here is an interesting fact. Well, I'll be the judge of that. He says the clinking of glasses originated in the medieval days, when wine was often spiked with poison, as the sediment concealed it quite well. If a host wanted to prove that the wine wasn't poisoned, he would pour part of the guest's wine into his glass and drink it first. Right. Okay. Well, it may be a fact. Interesting fact? I don't know. Teignmouth. David.
Yeah, just three things. One, the Americans.
Three things. Yeah.
No, just three things. The one that the Americans use the imperial, the miles, the gallons, the inches, the feet, the pounds, the ounces. They seem to get along quite happily with it also.
Yeah, well, the rest of the world doesn't, and they seem to be getting along quite happily without it.
Yes, but they get along with it, so there's no...
Yes, but the rest of the world get along without it.
Yes, but we're not being told that we're not going to have the metric. The metric isn't going. It's just the fact that it all started when market traders were fined for buying a pound of potatoes.
Yeah, David, do you want to add up or multiply in 12s and 14s or
Yes.
10s?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
All right. Wait a minute. What are 12? Wait a minute. What are 12 14s? Exactly. Well, he said he wanted to. Mike says, if Burnham ever became leader, I would take my membership card, put it down the loo and flush twice. But that's just not being eco-friendly. Just flush once. He would be awful for the party, says Mike. We're in desperate need of recovery, not further damage. Why would he be awful for the party? You must explain yourself. And don't flush twice. Not necessary. Ken Livingston once said, this was probably not an original thought of his, but if it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow.
Disgusting.
But, it's saving the planet. Steve says, John Bercow joining the Labour Party is probably part of a subtle plan to make him leader. What a contest. Prime Minister Johnson versus Mr. Bercow. Well, it would be a contest, and I would pay a small amount of money to see it or hear it. Because I think Bercow would knock chunks off Boris Johnson. Because Bercow has a felicity with the language, and Bodger is just all about, paw! That. But like I was saying before, this Chesham and Amersham by-election is interesting because, the Labour Party weren't expected to win. It's not their manner at all. It's too cutesy, it's too middle class. But the Conservatives, it is right up their street, that area, and they would be expected to win. But I think what's happening is a twist. There's a twist in that tale that homeowners are traditionally more likely to vote Tory, and people outside of cities are more likely to vote Conservative. Now, inner cities is Labour, and then poorer areas of the country, not middle-class suburbia. But COVID has meant that non-Tory voters, those people in cities who've had microscopic flatlets built for them by those developers who pepper the country with these hideous houses, these developments, the scars on the land. Well, those people in the city, they want out because they've been working from home. And working from home in a tiny two-bed flatlet, that's painful. So they want to leave. They know that they can work from home now, and they want to do it in a place that they actually enjoy being in, rather than just somewhere they sleep in, which is what inner city flats are. You put up with the tiny little flatlet because it's near to where you work. But if you don't have to go into work anymore, then that connection is severed. And so what's about to happen, it's happening slowly now, which sort of informs the takeoff in the housing market for a certain type of house. Not inner city flats. They're not rising in price. Suburban houses with gardens. Everybody wants one of those. But the people who are going there are the people who have lived in cities. Labour voters. The people who have been suffering through last summer, the heat of last summer in a tiny little flat with perhaps at most a microscopic balcony on which they've got their two bikes and some plastic kids' toys. That's the twist. People who've been working from home in a inner city flat want to get out, and they're getting out into Tory territory, but they're not becoming Tory when they leave towns. They're taking their metropolitanism with them. I think this is what may be happening now, which doesn't bode well for the Conservative Party in the future, because those true blue shires, they're turning purple. A little bit of red coming their way. And as the older population fall off the end of life's conveyor belt, which is something that has been exacerbated, of course, by this government's failure to protect them, they're not being replaced by Tory voters. It's pensioners that have given us both Brexit and this Conservative government. It's not the left behind. I was talking about this maybe last weekend. There's the tale is told that it's the left behind that have voted for this comedy cavalcade of ridiculously entitled chancers to we'll give the old Etonians a go at it. But it's not the left behind, the young and the left behind. It's pensioners. And this COVID thing hasn't been too friendly for the old, particularly because this government has failed to protect them. So it's possible that the Conservatives are peaking right now. I mean, they've got the afterglow of Brexit and the glory of the vaccines, both of which are going to fade fast as the consequences of Brexit will emerge, and the fallout from their staggering catalogue of failings on COVID. And people will understand. I think that a lot of people are understanding it already. I mean, there's a great pushback on it because, loss of face. You don't want to lose hope. But I think they're gradually being, the realisation is dawning that they've been sold a fantasy of a glorious future, a fantasy that's been created out of bluff and hot air by the arm-waving inflatable tube and his misfit circus of affected clowns.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And as for HS2, well, like I said, it didn't make any sense before COVID, and it certainly doesn't make any sense now. But they're pushing ahead with it because Bodge doesn't want yet another huge infrastructure project in his list of failures. He's going to build an airport out in the beyond the Docklands. And he was going to build a bridge over the Thames, and he was going to build a bridge to Ireland, and he was going to build a tunnel to, it just goes on and on. Him and his blooming bridges. So they're pushing ahead with HS2, which doesn't make any sense, because too much loss of face if they stop now. I mean, they're going ahead with something for business travellers that makes no sense at all when people are working from home and doing business meetings on Zoom. And they'll spend whatever it takes to open a train line that will be commercially unviable and probably close shortly thereafter because none of them want to be the one that says stop. Hundreds of billions of pounds, so Boris doesn't want to lose face. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
The by-election result represented a 25% swing to the Liberal Democrats, led by... Anybody? Ed Davey, enabling their newest MP, Sarah Green, to overturn that 16,000 majority in that constituency that's been Tory since it was created. But I think that the equation that they rely on is becoming a little bit unstuck. There's a twist in the tale. (0345 6060 973), text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
This is LBC.
These guys have just discovered the better way to buy their next car, and they're all over it. They've gone online to Kazoo, picked out the car they love, and can collect it or have it delivered to their door. And they'll get a 7-day money-back guarantee to make sure they love it. Play us out, boys. Can you buy a car that's guaranteed to leave you happy? Kazoo, yeah, you can.
Everyone prefers a choice. Who'd want just one type of coffee?
Sorry, sir, it's a macchiato or nothing.
Or one size of shoe?
Yes, madam. They are a size 12, but if you wear some very thick socks.
So don't let a limited credit history completely limit your choice of credit card. Check if you're eligible for a Barclaycard Ford credit card at barclaycard.co.uk. 33.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's, ID and fraud checks apply. New customers only.
Too loose? No. Badly fitting shoes are so on trend.
Do you want another way to bet, you plums?
Nope. Betting on the Euros with Mansion Bet doesn't have to be complicated. If you're a new customer, bet £10 and get £20 in free bets. And with price match guaranteed on home nations to win their matches, it couldn't be simpler to get involved.
Word or world?
Please stop talking. Choose Mansion Bet. Betting made simple. Best price on pre-match bets placed after 10 a.m. on game day versus selected bookmakers. New customer minimum odds apply. Free bets valid for 7 days. Stake not returned. Terms at mansionbet.com. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
You've done adventure on your doorstep. Now explore beyond. And let the Jeep Renegade plug-in hybrid take you there. A trail-rated 4x4 that lives off the beaten track. With up to 135 miles per gallon in hybrid mode, 0 CO2 emissions in electric mode, and 3 years complimentary servicing. Life without boundaries in a car without limits. Now that's adventure. Jeep Renegade 4xe plug-in hybrid. Visit jeep.co.uk to see latest offers. WLTP figures for comparability purposes only. Actual values may vary. Complimentary servicing subject to T's and C's.
Where can our trains take you this summer? Whether it's a much-needed catch-up with friends or a family day out, our advance tickets are now available throughout summer. To get you there safely, we're cleaning our trains before, during and after your journey. Remember to book ahead for your socially distant seat via our app or on avantywestcoast.co.uk. Avanti West Coast, wherever you're going, we're right there with you.
Nick Abbott on LBC.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Chris says, I found out an amazing fact today. Oh, God, not another one. He says, in 1985, Kentucky, a black bear found and ate £15 million worth of illegally imported cocaine. Well, I think the illegally part goes without saying. If it's cocaine, then it's probably imported illegally. I bet that Pablo Escobar didn't sleep for a fortnight. Oh, my God, it was a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Why wasn't I warned? Dal says, Tony Blair was the best orator we have ever had while PM, and that's a fact, says Del. If you say so, Del. Bob says, speaking of the Johnson variant, it was only when Boris and Carrie got married that we heard that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine might be approved. There's been absolutely no mention of it since. Perhaps it really was a joke, and everything else about him seems to be. Or maybe the married couple don't want a needle in the arm to steal their fame. Right. Okay. Seven Oaks, Mark.
Hi. One aspect of the vote that hasn't been talked about much is the tiny amount that Labour got. I mean, they wouldn't have got a seat on my town council with that vote, which suggests to me that there was some very successful tactical voting going on, with the Labour people just not bothering to campaign.
Well, I think it's a very... it's not really a Labour kind of place, though, is it?
Well, that may be true, but Labour lost a lot of votes, and the point is that I think it was tactical. I mean, I know that Labour were coming third, but if Labour just normally came third, they would get more votes than that.
Yeah.
So I think it was a very good sign of tactical voting, which I'm very pleased with. I also think another aspect of the thing that hasn't been talked about is the effect of Brexit, because the constituency is a Remain constituency, 55%.
Yeah.
With a previous Conservative Leave MP, whose vote probably held up because the people were concerned that if they elected the Liberal Democrat, that would mean that Jeremy Corbyn would become Prime Minister, or more likely to become Prime Minister, because they would be in coalition. So now that is no longer the case. about 36% of the Conservative voters no longer voted Conservative. And given the number of Labour voters, they must have voted Liberal Democrat.
But why would they think that Labour and the Liberal Democrats were going to form a coalition when they both said that no such thing was going to happen?
What do you mean in 2019? Well, even if they didn't form a coalition, it would still have been Jeremy Corbyn as minority Labour Prime Minister. If enough Liberal Democrats were elected, if enough Conservatives didn't get elected. So I'm.
You see, in a place that has always been Conservative, I think that people voting Labour would just assume that their vote is going to be registered as a protest vote. That they're not actually going to get their way and get a Labour government in. I would expect them not to think that at all.
Yes, well, because the Liberal Democrats were second, then the way to unseat the Conservative would be to vote Liberal Democrat. But what I'm saying is that the Conservative Remainers in the constituency didn't want to do that in 2019 because they were afraid of Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister.
Yes, but there would be no expectation. Yes, but there would be no expectation on their part that any such thing would happen, because they would expect, surely, that regardless of what they voted individually, that the Conservatives would still return an MP from that area.
Well, they didn't this time, did they?
But yeah, but it was a shock upset.
Well, maybe the polls were closing as the election came up. I mean, they closed to, I think, they were both in the 40s anyway. I mean, just before the election, and with that direction of movement, I think that some of the Conservatives might well have thought that they'd get rid of their
yeah. But essentially, I think you may have something. Of course, the Labour Party keeps saying that they're not remotely interested in forming a coalition or making a pact or any of these other things. But if the left or those who aren't on the right, more accurately, if they continue to split the vote three ways now, because the Greenies seem to have smashed their way out of the 4% box in some areas, then the leaders of the country will continue to be voted for by a minority and yet have a majority of the seats, which seems to me like the opposite of democracy.
Yes, but the other problem is, in terms of opposite of democracy, at the end of the last election, you had people, the leaders of the parties that were the second referendum parties, sort of said that policy had been roundly defeated and they were giving it up. Whereas in actual, they did lose seats, the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party at the last election. That's true, but the policy wasn't defeated. Yeah. It had 53% of votes, which was more than the government had.
I think that people have just been pummeled into giving up. It's like a parent in the supermarket with a toddler that throws itself to the ground and starts screaming that parent won't give it its chocolate-covered sugar bomb that it wants at the till. And the parent says, no, you won't eat your dinner. And then it just starts screaming and screaming and screaming. And then they say, oh, all right then. And I think that's where we are with that. We're at the, all right then. You can have it. Just stop shouting about it.
Well, that's not what the polls show. And the point is that this is very undemocratic of them, because at the last election, according to Leavers, there is a mandate now in this Parliament to have another vote on EU membership, because the majority of people voted for parties who were in favour of that.
Yeah, and I can feel people's shoulders sinking, and their eyes are raising to the ceiling, and think, oh God, not this again. We are pummeled into submission. Okay, you can have it. You can have your beautiful Brexit and suffer the consequences. But don't tell us that you didn't know what you were voting for when those consequences become apparent, because we've been sailing along on a chorus of I knew what I was voting for ever since. It's like the fishing. It's like the fishing people and the farming people and the finance, the financiers, and all the rest of those businesses that are either leaving in vast numbers or are disintegrating before our eyes. All of those people who fish, who voted Brexit and claimed they knew what they were voting for, and are now complaining that apparently they didn't know what they were voting for.
Well, yes, but where are the people other than Gordon Brown amongst the politicians having a remedy for this? I mean, the remedy for it is obvious.
Oh.
If you don't like something, you stop it.
Right. But you can't. I know, you keep calling up with this over and over again. You can't possibly think we're going to rejoin the European Union.
Of course I think that, because the majority of people want it. I mean, this is a democracy. It's supposed that's the way things work.
Yeah, but it isn't, though. I mean, we've established that already. It's not a democracy. We've got the government in charge has an overwhelming majority and yet a minority of the votes. What's democratic about that?
Well, nothing. I want SPV, proportional representation.
Right.
But and I also want us to get back the majority of our citizens' rights. We used to have citizens' rights all the way across the EU. We don't have that now.
Yeah.
Because of these things, and one needs to do something about it. But it is possible if the parties that aren't the conservative Brexiteers, if they get together to fight the next election together, then they will win, according to the current state of affairs.
Right, but the Labour Party said that they're not interested in like power sharing or forming a coalition or changing the way that the system works, because they're still gripped with the idea that they can win again, but not under the current circumstances. They can't.
Well,
when will that message get through?
What the Labour parties are making for their policy, their priority, is to get a majority government, which is completely unrealistic under the current circumstances.
Good luck with that. Exactly. They're living in a fantasy land.
Yes, and they're saying I'm living in a fantasy land when I want to have my citizens' rights back.
Yeah, maybe they've climbed up to those sunlit uplands. I wonder what the weather's like up there. Glorious, I bet. Yeah, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC. It's 12:30, the news headlines with Zora Sullivan.
Labour says the Justice Secretary must resign if he can't reverse the plunging prosecution and conviction levels for rape within a year. Shadow Justice Secretary David Lammy has accused Robert Buckland of shedding crocodile tears when he apologised for the downward trends in bringing sexual offenders to justice. Labour is urging backbench Tory MPs to revolt as it looks to challenge the government's planning reforms. The Prime Minister wants to build 300,000 new homes a year in England by allowing developments on greenbelt sites. The plans are believed to be one of the reasons the Conservatives lost the Chesham and Amersham by-election to the Lib Dems earlier this week. The number of coronavirus deaths in Brazil has surpassed 500,000. It's as experts warn the outbreak there may worsen. Over the last week, the country has averaged 2,000 deaths a day. And Vladimir Putin and other world leaders have congratulated hardline cleric Ebrahim Raisi for winning a landslide victory in Iran's presidential election. He won almost 18 million votes. His closest rival got 3 million. He's previously been placed under US sanctions over violations to human rights. He's reportedly linked to Iran's mass execution of political prisoners in 1988. LBC weather. Heavy rain in places likely to spread to parts of central and southern England as well as Wales. Thunder possible across the southeast of England, but showers easing for Scotland and Northern Ireland, a low of 9 degrees.
LBC.
Whether it's getting back into work, thinking about a different job, or helping you improve your CV, we can help you make a new start. Visit gov.uk/jobhelp. A good place to start.
This week's best offers at Waitrose. Who needs some big fanfare where you can offer value like this?
Half price on Colgate Total Toothpaste 125ml. Nestle Original Shreddy 720 gram was £3.40, now £2. And save 25% on 8-pack of Diet Coke 330ml.
This week's best offers at Waitrose. No, I said there's no need for fanfare here. Stop it.
Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Little Waitrose, Channel Islands and concessions.
The Wi-Fi's down.
Wi-Fi down!
This is broadband rage. It happens when your internet drops out and the red mist descends. Why suffer like this? Get the UK's first unbreakable Wi-Fi. Only BT's new hybrid home broadband is backed up by EE's mobile network. One day all broadband will be like this.
4G coverage required. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Verify bt.com/verify hybrid.
650 people a minute. 39,000 people an hour. 460,000 people every day. Join the millions already vaccinated. The COVID-19 vaccine protects you and those around you. And remember, you need 2 doses for maximum protection. Every vaccination gives us hope. The NHS will let you know when your vaccine is ready for you.
Readers U. Subject to availability based on early saver B116R PF grade. Conditions apply.
I'm sorry. You have progressive memory loss.
When you hear these words, the outlook is bleak. But at Recognition Health, the brain and mind experts, we're working to change that. Volunteer for our clinical studies to receive free access to a new generation medication, as well as comprehensive medical screening. With your help, we can change the future of MCI and Alzheimer's disease.
You have progressive memory loss. But here's what we can do.
Go to brainandmindexperts.com.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Okie dokie. 0345 6060 973. Just on that Chesham Amersham thing again, and this sort of the complication in the ordinary equation that you get on the housing ladder and you vote Conservative, and that's what the Tories are banking on, to assist you onto the housing ladder, which also, of course, assists the developers who are major donors to the Conservative Party. They can build anything they blooming well like, and people will be pathetically grateful to buy it. A Tory MP representing a southeastern seat said the upset was worrying at Chesham and Amersham, and that the Lib Dems had shown that they could successfully rally voters against the government's planning reforms, which crucially would strip powers to object to developments away from local residents. One Tory source said Number 10 needs to wake up quick to the fact that its build, build, build agenda is going to destroy the home county's blue wall. It's an exquisite double blind, isn't it? Double bind, rather. I mean, they need to build so they can reward their developer donors and get people on the property ladder to make them more likely to vote Tory. But in building those hideous developments in traditional Tory voting areas, they're turning their base against them. Hoist by their own petard. It couldn't happen to a nicer bunch. The Tory MP for Ashford in Kent, Damien Green, said the party could become disconnected if it failed to listen to voters. He says people want some form of local control. People don't want to feel like they're going to have developments dumped on green fields near them when they and their local representatives have no say over it. Yeah, exactly. The problem is, Damien Green, that if you ask people if they want an unlovely scar of identikit houselets built on what was once a green field near them, they'll say no. And then the plan to reward developer donors and pack the land with what they hope will be pathetically grateful new Tory voters in their little houselets, that comes unstuck if you give people a say over what happens around them. Tricky, eh? Probably why Bodge wants to just breeze in, do a bit of prime ministering for fun and a giggle, ramp up his price per word, and swan off to make £100 million, not doing much. How's that going, by the way, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Not too well. We also hear that he wants to step down. I might get into that. I may have time. We'll see. Let's have Bromley. Hello, Michael.
You all right, Nick? You all right, mate?
Yes, good, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, I think I need to remind you about human nature, Nick. You keep moaning about the people still backing Boris and the Tories, even though they screw things up. They're lying and they're blatantly rich in their mates. What we see now, not just with the Tory party, but across the whole of the West, it isn't something new. This has been happening for thousands of years. I'll give you an example, Nick. Look at the end of look at the last days of the Roman Empire. People were starving in the streets, yet they were still cheering on their emperors. And those who come out and wanted equality and fairness, the people crucified them on crosses. Nick.
They said, yeah.
The Tories are the two parties in America are just a 21st century Roman senators plundering the last dinaras from the treasury before the whole thing collapses. So I think what we've seen, the thing is with us humans, Nick, we've got a crazy way of repeating history. We have. And all this boat malarkey, royal boats, flag waving, virtual signalling, it's just circuses. And we've got many more circuses to come.
That's
They're going to bring in UBI soon, because when there's more circuses, Nick, what do we need? More bread.
Yeah, and it's a shame that the lions are dying off, because, they're key.
Money before nature, Nick. Money before nature, mate.
The only thing that anybody learns from history is that nobody learns anything from history.
Nick, can I request a compilation before I go?
A compilation?
Yeah, your free soundtracks. I want the first one, Ooh Hello, the second one, I'm a Nutcase, and the third one, The Laugh by Carol McGiffin. Can I request that, pretty please, pal?
Right, you want...
Oh, hello.
Yeah, followed
I'm
by...
a Nutcase.
Followed by I'm a Nutcase. If only I had that.
I'm a Nutcase.
Yeah, and then...
And Carol McGiffin laughing. So those three in a row.
laughing.
Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome.
Thank you.
As a bonus. Well, if I'm right, and it's not necessarily an original thought about this equation, home ownership, it seems to be becoming unstuck. The Conservatives' reliance on this equation of get people into homes, get them owning their own homes, and they will vote Conservative. I think COVID has sort of flipped it on its head a bit, because people that would ordinarily vote Labour in towns have moved out to get more space because they can work from home further away from work, but they haven't switched to becoming Conservative as they've moved. So those areas that were ordinarily Conservative aren't Conservative anymore. And that's where you get Amersham and Chesham, the two hams. Now, the people who are ordinarily Labour, who voted Conservative last time around, they are pensioners. It's not young people left behind in the north who've done it, it's pensioners. You look at the demographics, and it's pensioners what won it for them. And the one thing that we know absolutely for sure about pensioners is they're coming towards the end of the conveyor belt of life. So the Conservative Party may be peaking at this minute. And they got Nero, who is their emperor at the moment. And he seems to perfectly sum up everything that we know about Nero. Without getting into a history lesson.
Boring!
Nobody wants that. Let's have Dagenham. Hello, Jackson.
Hello, Nick. Do you know what? Thinking about Keir Starmer, I don't particularly warm to the guy myself personally, but in terms of any political strategies that the Labour Party might develop going forward, I think one of them could be to develop a meaningful slogan. I was watching a couple of days ago something on YouTube entitled Brexit Trade Deal Disaster UK Farmers. And after watching that, I thought to myself, hold on a minute, a slogan that they could develop, and this is a slogan that every MP has to repeat every time they get in front of the cameras. A slogan is, you can't blame the Labour Party for Brexit. And they can't say that just once. They have to repeat it over and over again, because these fishermen and the farmers who are now starting to complain, these are complaints in the background at the moment.
Yeah.
But once those complaints come to the forefront, then the Labour Party's slogan will start to land.
Well, I wonder how long it will be before the full ramifications of Brexit become obvious to most of the people. I mean, the fishing industry know already. The farming industry know already. You know, there's sections of society which coincidentally voted for Brexit by large numbers. They know already, but most people don't, because we've got this cover of COVID. And I wonder how long the government will be able to get away with blaming COVID for everything that is actually Brexit related. For a while there, I think, maybe until and beyond perhaps the next general election. But eventually people will think, hey, you know what? Maybe those sunny uplands don't exist at all.
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's true, they may have the cover of COVID at the moment, and indeed they will probably get the cover of better employment numbers, because as we slowly open up, more people become employed, and they'll have that cover.
Well,
but sooner or later,
I'm not sure that's going to happen. I mean, only when things open up fully will we realise how much has closed down. I mean, we can't go on with empty stores. I mean, I was talking to Carol McGiffin about this. Our podcast is going to come out on Monday, and we were talking about one of the major stores in London, and she was in there, and they were completely empty. It's a store that must hire thousands and thousands of people. It must cost an enormous millions of pounds are spent on electricity and security and all the rest of it. They had no customers. So it hasn't actually happened yet. I don't think the full unfurling of what COVID, or more specifically what this government's ineffectual response to COVID has actually done to this country yet. I mean, of course, there's a little bounce in spending, and there may be a little bounce in employment, but that's because it's at the lowest point that it has been in anybody's lifetime. But I don't think that the full consequences of what it is we're living through have become apparent yet. And when they are, then the leaders are going to have to blame something. And, of course, it won't be their fault, and it won't be the fault of any of their policies. So it must be COVID's fault. And I wonder how long we're going to swallow that it's COVID's fault, not Brexit, not the government's ineffectual response to COVID, or it's always going to be somebody else's fault. Maybe it's going to be Matt Hancock's fault. He is bleeping hopeless after all. Jackson, thanks for that. Got to go. But he did bring up this deal, this huge and tremendous deal that, of course, was announced some short while ago between us and Australia. And I'll talk about that next. Oh 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Clive Bull.
Labour has announced a new policy to give people the legal right to work from home. Is that a right you'd welcome? And would it be fair on employers?
Clive Bull on LBC.
Everyone prefers a choice. Who'd want just one type of coffee?
Sorry, sir, it's a macchiato or nothing.
Or one size of shoe?
Yes, madam. They are a size 12, but if you wear some very thick socks.
So don't let a limited credit history completely limit your choice of credit card. Check if you're eligible for a Barclaycard Ford credit card at barclaycard.co.uk. 33.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's, ID and fraud checks apply. New customers only.
Too loose? No. Badly fitting shoes are so on trend.
Want to park up and get your Big Mac brought to your car? Step 1. Place an order on the My McDonald's app. Step 2. Park in a Click and Serve numbered bay, enter the number in the app, and we'll bring your meal right over. So you can enjoy your Big Mac, feeling like a big deal. New Click and Serve on the My McDonald's app. As simple as it sounds. Click and Serve available at participating restaurants only. See mcdonalds.co.uk for full list. Serving times may apply. Do not download or use the app whilst driving.
With thousands of products under one roof, your local Leyland SDM has everything you need for any decorating or DIY project going on under your roof. From leading brands to paint colour mixing, we're the decorating and DIY specialist on your doorstep, helping you to tackle any project with confidence. With on-site parking, we're open to everyone, every day. So find your local store or shop online at leylandsdm.co.uk.
Leyland SDM.
Excuse me, is there a cash point near here?
Of course, end of this street. Exactly 48 steps for someone 5'11" with size 10 feet. Then turn 90 degrees counterclockwise and continue for 341 metres. That's 372.922 yards in old money. Then add
At Zeiss, we pride ourselves on being precise, really precise. Engineering innovative technology into every lens we make, all subtly engraved with our signature hallmark. Zeiss lenses, precision you can see. Available at Boots Opticians.
You've done adventure on your doorstep. Now explore beyond and let the Jeep Renegade plug-in hybrid take you there. A trail-rated 4x4 that lives off the beaten track with up to 135 miles per gallon in hybrid mode, 0 CO2 emissions in electric mode, and 3 years complimentary servicing. Life without boundaries in a car without limits. Now that's adventure. Jeep Renegade 4xe plug-in hybrid. Visit jeep.co.uk to see latest offers. WLTP figures for comparability purposes only. Actual values may vary. Complimentary servicing subject to T's and C's.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Come on, we're running late!
Rant a Dad tweets, I love it when YouTube force me to watch an ad for a non-vegan product because A, YouTube doesn't have enough data on me to know I'm a vegan, and B, the animal exploiting advertisers just wasted their money. I think that the A reason should make you most pleased. That YouTube doesn't have enough data on you to know that you're a vegan. Tanya says, San Marino only has 340,000 residents, so no wonder they've hardly any COVID occurrences, and there's not much to go there for unless you like towers. There's too many actually to read. Well, I'll try and get through them, but I want to talk about the Australia deal. You know, they trumpeted this as a huge Brexit success. The trade deal agreed with the UK and Australia will eliminate tariffs on imports and exports. Hurrah! That means goods made in each country and then exported to the other for sale should soon be cheaper than they are currently. What tremendous news. The scrapping of tariffs is expected to represent a significant boost for the massive Australian agriculture sector. Oh. Paving a way for cheaper lamb and beef on supermarket shelves in the UK. Except they probably won't be, because they've got to come from all the way over there. UK farmers, however, fear that they will be unable to compete with cheap imports and have expressed concerns that Australian goods are produced to lower animal welfare standards than in Britain. Not to mention the fact that transporting them from the other side of the world means that they will have a bigger transport footprint than from any other place in the world. You know, it's hard to claim that we're lowering our carbon footprint if we're importing our food from as far away as you can get without going into space. The free trade deal, you'll be glad to know, should also mean cheaper Australian wine like Jacob's Creek.
Booze.
You know how much the tariff is currently on a bottle of Australian wine? I mean, you've heard about the great stories about, it's going to be cheaper and we're going to have more Australian goods and the shelves are going to be bursting with this, with all this cheap stuff. It's going to be tremendous. You'll never have had it so good. You know what the tariff is currently on a bottle of Australian wine? You know that they're going to eliminate, that you won't have to pay anymore? Have a wild stab in the dark. Go on, I double dare you. The tariff on a bottle of Australian wine, the tariff that they're going to eliminate, that you will not have to pay anymore. 7 pence. We'll save 7 pence a bottle. Which is great. Because before, we could only buy wine from Italy, Bulgaria, Spain, Germany, Portugal, Hungary, the US, Argentina, South Africa, and France, all of which are nearer. And in case you wanted to buy only patriotic, non-European surrender wine, you should know that Jacob's Creek is owned by the French. Oh, no. It's French. Jacob's Creek. And then there's all that cheaper Australian confectionery that we've heard so much about. You know, if only we had some British sweets and chocolates in the shops in this country. Wouldn't that be marvellous? But don't dismiss the savings, though. The UK government is predicting that British households, and you may have read this figure, and it seems like a large figure until you think about it for a moment. The UK government, on trumpeting this new tremendous trade deal that we have with Australia, just about the furthest place you can go in the world that actually has people standing on it, is going to save us £34 million a year in total. £34 million a year, which is a huge amount for you if you had all of it. But you won't. £34 million a year saving in total is 50p a year each, is what we'll save. We could call it our Brexit bonus. 50p a year. That's a penny a week per person. What will you spend your winnings on? Think hard. The UK-Australia trade relationship was worth just shy of £14 billion last year, but both sides are hoping that figure will surge in the wake of the deal being implemented. That's right. The government's own figures suggest that we are looking at up to a 0.02% increase in the nation's wealth over 15 years.
Oh, fabulous.
It'll take us 15 years for the nation's wealth to increase by 0.02%. And to think that some critics are saying that it doesn't amount to a hill of beans. It's all so desperate, is what it is. No wonder Bodger is reported to not want to do the job much. It's been suggested that Bodger Johnson has already planned his exit. He's planned his Downing Street exit, says Dominic Cummings in his latest blog. Boring! Oh, another screed from the desk of Megamind. Johnson's former chief advisor said Boris Johnson does not want to go on and on in power, quoting the phrase used by Margaret Thatcher, who served 11 years in number 10. Cummings said, unlike other MPs, this one has a clear plan to leave at the latest a couple of years after the next election. He wants to make money and have fun, not go on and on. And that sounds exactly right, doesn't it? And it's bang on trend for this man with the thinnest of acts. It's not a government, it's more like a smash and grab raid, isn't it? And if Cummings is right, Bodge could resign as soon as 2025. Well, don't hang around on our account, Bodge. At this rate, there won't be any of us alive in 2025. According to a reliable source, Bodger said this job is too much like hard work. God, he really is our version of Trump, isn't he? Who knew it was going to be so hard? He said it's like pulling a giant 747 down the runway with a harness on your back. Every morning you get up and have to start pulling, he says. He said, I don't want to go on and on like Thatcher and Blair. I want to get through this parliament, win again, and then head off soon afterwards. I can't wait till I go back to writing, he says, to have fun and make money. You hear that, Carrie? Your current husband says he wants to have fun.
Warning, warning.
Another source said Johnson is fiercely protective of his reputation as a writer. What, the writer who made up the quote from his godfather, the historian Colin Lucas, for a front-page article about the discovery of Edward II's Rose Palace, when he attributed to Colin the view that Edward II and Piers Gaveston would have been cavorting together in the Rose Palace. whereas Gaveston was executed 13 years before the palace was built. Or when he wrote lies about the EU, like they had plans to introduce same-size Euro coffins and wanted to regulate the shape of bananas and ban prawn cocktail crisps. Is that the reputation as a writer that he wants to protect? Or that article in The Spectator where he blamed Liverpool fans for being drunk for the Hillsborough disaster and suggested that the people of the city were wallowing in their victim status. Is that the reputation you want to protect, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
And of that claim that Johnson wants to barge in and take over and fill his boots and barge out again, that he sees running this country as an annoying stepping stone that he must endure before making it big, well, the Prime Minister's press secretary refuted the suggestion that he was planning on standing down. The PM, she said, has actually been asked this before and has said himself it's utter nonsense, so that still stands. Number 10 said the claims that Boris Johnson had compared being Prime Minister to pulling a jumbo jet and was too much like hard work and aimed to leave office in 4 years to make money and have fun were untrue. And you only know something is true when the Prime Minister's office says that it isn't. So Boris Johnson could step down as Prime Minister in 4 years, it was claimed by Dominic Cummings, and that running the country is like pulling a jumbo jet down the runway every day. Poor Bodge. He thought that being king would be fun. He thought it would mean him lounging around on a daybed, being fed grapes by busty wenches. But then the nasty COVID virus came along, and now he's a grumpy bodger.
Stop whining.